Lieutenant General Harimohan Iyer continues to stay with us. Alex, if I could bring you in, we have a very crucial and big statement coming in from the US State Department. Of course, they have very much acknowledged Pakistan's role, especially when it comes to sponsoring terrorism. Many are saying that better late than ever. Is this kind of support from the United States unprecedented? So far, we've never seen Washington take such a clear-cut stance when it comes to condemning Pak-sponsored terrorism.
This is the first page of a new book in American-Indian relations. I think that the statements of support that you're seeing coming from the State Department, coming from the White House, will only intensify in the days and weeks to come if this does continue. The United States and President Trump have obviously called for peace in the region. That's a goal that everyone across our planet should want. However, this administration has a very close relationship with India, and this administration, the Trump administration, is prepared to back India further than any American administration ever before. Let there be no doubt, the United States stands with India. President Trump stands with Prime Minister Modi. And very soon, I think you will see more evidence of that cooperation, especially if a trade deal goes through and security cooperation can be increased between the United States and India, and that could include American-made jets and weaponry.
All right. Colonel Dev, I want to bring you in on the defense cooperation between the two countries. But, you know, that kind of defense cooperation is something that even Islamabad and Beijing share, and they have shared with Washington in the past as well.
No, there's a whole lot of difference. When we say Indo-US relations, we are the only ones who have a 2+2 strategic partnership with the United States of America and also with the Russians. So what I'm trying to imply is that the Americans have made that concession in the geopolitical spectrum to take India as a friend and vice versa. And the period of trust, which is developed over the period of time, especially this decade, has been huge. The Trump administration 1 and Trump administration 2 now are both aligned with the same fervor. Don't forget, Trump was talking about Pakistan being a terrorist state then. Trump was the only person talking about it being Tibet and not China towards the end of his term in Trump 1.0. So I think that kind of a relationship has developed, and trust is the factor which we are looking more and more over the years, but that factor has come up. But China being an ally of Pakistan, I think it's a question mark right now.
Okay.
Because China faces a huge trade war and other kind of, sort of actions by the US against them. They are looking at amicable partners in the economic sense, and they're looking at India as well. Whereas India has got a very cautious eye now towards China. China cannot do the same what it could do maybe 2 decades, 2.5 decades before this. And certainly not the decade which has passed, because the entire geopolitical alignment, how China has drawn US into an unwarranted, unprecedented kind of a biological warfare, which has continued for a long time, it's nobody's business. So I think Pakistan is going to get no favors. A. B, the entire tract of land which China actually, usurped as Pakistan occupied Kashmir and gave parts of it to build the infrastructure and the surface communication to China, is also something which China will now double check, because it has faced a lot of resistance within China, within Pakistan itself. So I think we are now moving forward to a realm where Indo-US geopolitical alignment, and you also see the kind of talk emanating from Washington, which is to give that concession for peace and get Russia on the table to make peace. So I personally, it's not my stated opinion of my country or otherwise or an institution I belong to, but India, US, and Russia, if they seek peace, I think the globe will be a better place hunting down the terrorists all across the globe. So I think that is something which now can come to table. Who knew this before?
Okay. But I want to bring in Alex on that point. I think you've made a very critical point. But as far as the triumvirate of India, Russia, and the US is concerned, that's something I'm still skeptical about. But perhaps India could rope in both. Alex, how do you weigh in on that very significant point about how China may just, want to maintain distance when it comes to this conflict? Because remember, it is their own officials who've been attacked during the CPEC projects inside Pakistan, so much so that they have their own security personnel deployed to look after their officials at the CPEC projects. Does China have any concrete reasons to back Pakistan at the moment?
Well, let's hope that tonight China is taking a step back, and those leaders in Beijing are having second thoughts about backing Pakistan. Look, whenever you've got a situation where the United States is on one side of a conflict, it's a different world. China may very well double down on the other side of that conflict because China and the United States are increasingly at odds. This is what happened in the Ukraine conflict. The war between Ukraine and Russia has largely, at least it was during the Biden administration, became a proxy fight between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party over the fate of Ukraine. I don't want to see the same thing happening here. Let's hope that China is backing away from the table tonight, recognizing that there will be a high price to pay for backing Pakistan in this conflict. And you're absolutely right. China's got a suite of bad options in front of it. It can have its workers, its personnel potentially targeted in areas of Pakistan where there is not security infrastructure to make sure that they're safe, or it can back a government that is pushing this conflict to the limit in Pakistan and potentially face the ramifications of Indian action on Pakistan. We are in a very dangerous situation tonight, but there is reason to have some hope that peace will prevail.
You know, Colonel, when I was talking about the unlikeliness of, say, bringing the US, Russia along with India, because also the way we've seen the United States take that stand in favor of India and condemn that kind of terrorism. On the other hand, we've not seen that kind of time-tested support between New Delhi and Moscow that was there so far. But this time around, we've not really witnessed that kind of support.
Oh, what more support do you want? You're using the best air defense system currently available to us, which comes from the Russians. No, that's okay. That's okay. We co-developed BrahMos also. So let's not go into the equation of economics. As I know it, and probably it's not stated, Russia has put in the complete support. We deal with the diplomats here as well. So I don't think so that's the issue in terms of calling, because Russia is not the one who ever calls for de-escalation or escalation of India-Pakistan scenarios. US does. So US is now weighing in, and I quite agree with our friend from US here. What's also happening behind the scenes is that there has been a pressure all around, along the Indo-Pacific area, and on one hand you have the Indian carrier fleet in the Arabian Sea, and you have substantial forces in the US Indo-Pacific Command, which is currently towards Japanese seas and that South China Sea. So I think that's a very, very clear indication. So I'm not drawing any conclusion militarily in terms of support, but I think this entire push, and why Russia comes into equation, is because Russia is somebody who China ought to listen to at a time when it is critical. So these are all backdoor diplomatic channels, how they work, how they impinge. So you're not heard from China as well. In fact, the Prime Minister of Pakistan was on social media last night, and he was bragging about the support of Turkey, Prime Minister of Turkey.
Yes.
If you go to the Turkish Prime Minister's Twitter handle, there is no support. The last tweet he has made about Pakistan is when he's receiving and sending him off on 23rd of last month, and that's about all. So you just understand the power, and like my friend says, when you have a superpower like US trying to talk sense into somebody, and today Senator Rubio has spoken to the Pakistani Prime Minister. So I think a lot of sense would have been drilled. They've been told about the consequences, because see, what India has done is very beautifully done. Pakistan wanted us to come into a fixed fight and come into a dogfight in terms of the ground operations, which we have not done. It was in their best interest to have a quick war and then go crying to UN, West, and every ally around in the Middle East to try and say that, no, we are getting harmed and we need to stop the war. We didn't even start the war. We haven't even started. We have all the options on the table. We have made a target list of what is critical to destroy in the Pakistani arsenal. We initially struck the terror camps. We made clear for the first time to state through our diplomatic channels that we have not hit your military, A, and B, its non-escalatory nature. Obviously, Pakistan, given that it has invested in terrorism so hard, and all this boil about Kashmir, in which it has created terrorists and fidains and jihadis who have come across with bulletproof jackets and rifles and destroyed people here on the other side, they are going to bite Pakistan more now.
So that is Marco Rubio, I want to bring in Alex. Alex, in fact, Marco Rubio has been consistently engaging with the administrations, both in in New Delhi and Islamabad. That's I want to ask you, how much of that appeal for de-escalation is going to land on Islamabad, given that India has made it amply clear that it's not us who escalated it, because remember, the provocation came from their end, especially with that terror attack of 22nd of April. So how much of that is going to register when Marco Rubio says that we condemn this terrorism emanating from Pakistan and we stand by India in its fight against terrorism?
Well, I think the Secretary of State, he's the chief diplomat of the United States. So his number one job is to try and promote peace throughout the world. That's exactly what Secretary Rubio is doing. There are different conversations going on in other sectors of the administration. I think Secretary Rubio is striking exactly the right note. No one wants to see this turn into a regional confrontation. No one wants to turn this into a regional war. I mean, it already is a confrontation, unfortunately, but I think this is a moment where forces from the outside, like the United States, like the State Department, like Secretary Rubio, can step in to both parties and encourage the path of de-escalation. The path of de-escalation is always available. The question is, will a nation like Pakistan decide to take it? Pakistan is the one that contributed through its proxies, through the terrorists that executed that horrific attack. They contributed to the escalation. I think the impetus is on them to de-escalate. We're going to see if they take that path tonight. They may very well decide that because there's been an exchange of fire back and forth on both sides, some blood drawn, unfortunately, on both sides, Pakistan may decide to step back. And I'm sure that Secretary Rubio is telling Pakistan to step back. And perhaps, telling that the United States has the back of India if this does go further.
Colonel Rovit, how do you weigh in on the role that the United States is playing? Is this just going to be about verbal engagement, or when the US Secretary of State, in fact, as Alex was saying, is the top diplomat of the United States, when he goes on to say that we stand by India, how much of that is going to now play out, especially on the battleground?
So I will leave the, construction of theatrics which we get as analysts, or, the media gets when a word is spoken. So Senator Rubio has said something very straight and clear. How you want to draw the conclusion? Now tell me, in a family there is a good kid and a bad kid, right? But both have been kids. One has been a longer kid and a younger kid. How do you deal with that? So obviously to that rogue, you need to talk in a different language, which is happening directly by the United States. But like Alex is saying, any country of that nature of power will always talk about peace, and that sentence will always come that we urge both nations not to escalate this further and get peace. Why peace? Peace is not about India, Pakistan. Peace is because a lot of other activities are happening between India and US as well, which is nothing to do with Pakistan.
Okay.
So who wants to spoil that moment, which is nurturing into 6 different sectors where money infusion and trade is happening, and we are looking at our trade needs to be modified? Who wants Pakistan in the equation? Neither we want Pakistan in the equation,
and it's
not
been
the
happening
US.
for over 4 decades. Why didn't it come to a halt, and why did it have to reach that stage? Stay with me, Kaldev. Stay with me. In fact, we're getting in breaking inputs. Let's quickly, in fact, I'm learning that in Baramulla, heavy shelling has started again in various areas of Rajouri is what we are in fact learning right now. Big breaking inputs coming in. Remember, last night also we saw a sudden sort of increase and spike in the artillery fire, and this time again what we can tell you is that heavy shelling has started again in the area of Rajouri. Tejinder brings us those breaking inputs. He's joining me on the phone line. Tejinder, what can you tell us?
Yes, you rightly said initially that in Baramulla also, because Uri is line of control and it falls in Baramulla, heavy firing from the Pakistani side is going on, and the Indian army is retaliating effectively. This is in Baramulla. Uri sector is in Baramulla. Now talking about Rajouri, which is in Jammu region, Pakistan army has resorted to unprovoked ceasefire violation in Rajouri. The entire line of control stretch in Rajouri district is the Pakistan is firing in the entire belt, and the Indian army is retaliating effectively. So as we speak, the ceasefire violation is underway in Baramulla, that is in Uri, then in Kupwara, Karna, Keran, These are the places where heavy exchange of firing is going on. In Uri, where one woman has lost her life, three others have been injured in Pakistani aggression, this ceasefire violation. In Rajouri, several civilian locations are being targeted by the Pakistan army, but the Indian army is giving a befitting response to Pakistan. So heavy exchange of firing is underway in Baramulla, in Uri, in Rajouri, Poonch, in Keren, Karna sector. So the entire stretch of line of control between India and Pakistan is witnessing heavy exchange of firing from either side. Yes.
Absolutely. And what is it that you're observing on ground zero? Because remember, India has made it amply clear that they're not being targeting any of the civilian infrastructure in Pakistan territory. But we don't see that happening when it comes to Pakistani side, which continues with that artillery fire.
Yes, you rightly said that India has made it amply clear that we will not target any civilian installations, but we will target only those defense installations of Pakistan from where we are being targeted. As far as the ceasefire violation in these areas are concerned, Pakistan is deliberately targeting the civilian population. Yesterday, we reported how 16 innocent civilians, including children, were killed by the Pakistani ceasefire violation in Poonch district alone. There have been several injuries which were reported from Uri, Karna, Keren, Rajouri sector. But today, so far, the ceasefire violation which is underway in the Uri sector, one woman has lost her life, three others have been injured, and they are being evacuated to the hospital. Because of this heavy shelling, the evacuation is also being hampered. Right now in Rajouri, there is heavy exchange of firing going on in the entire stretch of the line of control in Rajouri district. There was some air activity that was noticed, and we were told that those were Indian fighter planes that were patrolling that area to ensure that no nefarious design of Pakistan, where in Pakistan is trying to push in their projectiles, their drones into Indian territory, so their attempts are foiled. As the ground situation is concerned, in several parts of Baramulla, there is a complete blackout right now. Just some time ago, there were air raid sirens that were also blaring in the entire area. People, there are announcements that are being made asking people not to venture out, keep all the lights in their houses switched off. So there should be no light that should be visible, and people are asked to maintain minimum activity outside, keep their windows, doors closed. So the situation on ground continues to be tense, but right now in the interiors of say Baramulla and other places, there is a relative calm, but on the line of control, heavy exchange of firing using heavy artillery shells from either side is going on. Yes.
We'll have to see how long that calm actually lasts at your end. Stay safe, Tejinder. Thank you for bringing us all those breaking inputs. As Tejinder was highlighting, that the situation is extremely tense along the line of control. As we've already been telling you, how attacks have been happening consistently. Pakistan continues to attack India along all of those western parts, especially also the northern parts in Jammu and Kashmir. Colonel Dev and Alex continue to stay with us. Colonel Dev, my apologies for having interrupted you there for the breaking inputs that were coming in. Please finish your point. And also, I'd like you to weigh in on the way India has made that outreach, especially to the Islamic nations, given that the Iranian foreign minister and the Saudi foreign minister were both in India today itself.
So the short point I was trying to finish is that see the US cooperation. The Trump administration has come back. We have reopened the case to seek, the custody of the terrorist who's come to us 19 days ago.
Yes.
And I think these are the positive steps in which we are, acting as partners together to make sure that we get the correct intelligence and correct inputs. Now, coming to the second part, can you just brush me that part, please?
About
what did you say?
the Islamic nations, the outreach
So
that India's made.
I'll take your mind back to when late Sushma Swaraj was our Minister for External Affairs. The government that time had two things to look at, and one was talking to Mr. Parikar a lot of times that time, even in service. Two things were very clear. We had to cut the economic taps coming from the Middle East into Pakistan on that, buzzword of Islamic Caliphate and, that representation. And B, we had to speak over and over again to the United States to just make them aware that whatever you are giving in various kinds of grants to the Pakistanis finally ends up them either solidifying their defenses, which is for the conventional warfare, or funding the terrorists. And that is something, if you take your mind to 7th May, I think day before, there was a report from Transparency International published in the US and also by some American institute as well. So Pakistan is going to IMF and they're going to stand, say today,
Yes.
today India time and tomorrow
Yes.
US time.
Yes.
And they're going to ask for $1.3 billion for resilience and some sustainability. They've already taken a loan of that kind of 1.3 in terms of climate change, and they're getting 1 billion ton for 7 years on a sort of a encashed mode every year. Now that has to stop. So when they were taken out of FATF, it was a different administration in the US. But today we are looking forward to the United States to make sure that no funding or grant comes to Pakistan till it mends its ways. So I think that is where we are collaborating more. I mean, you don't expect US to send F-16s here to fight the Pakistanis. We don't need that. We had enough of our thing to do that. We only need the support in terms of that being a watchdog, telling the Pakistanis that no, you are doing it wrong, and tell them that we are not going to create a situation in which you also try and become a Ukraine and we are going to give you money and funding and weapons thereafter. It's not going to happen. It cannot happen in the new world order or the economic order. The kind of push we have as the market of the world, emerging market, a manufacturing hub, is something which the world looks and US understands that. So our entire relation is construed from the realms of economy. It's not construed from the posturing
Yes.
of the
Yes.
geopolitical poles and trying to fight wars. We are not
I,
Cold War
I
era
think
players.
I completely agree. You've made a very, very critical point there. And that's where India's belief in multipolarity has, in fact, stood steadfast in especially galvanizing that kind of global support. I want to bring in Alex over here. Alex, I think that's where India's situation or position in the current global order is very unique. And I don't want to draw comparisons with, say, a Ukraine over here, but also the Islamic nations, whether it is UAE or, say, Saudi Arabia, even Qatar, they all today understand that progress for their own countries lies in real economic progress, and that also means economic partnerships. At a time when the global economy looks is in fact dwindling, what is the message going out there for these Islamic nations?
I think it's the same message that goes to every nation in the world. India is an emerging economic engine. You could also argue that it has already emerged. It's a dynamic
why I
force.
particularly question them, because they've been traditional allies to Pakistan, but this time around we see the tide is turning.
Things have changed. Pakistan seems to be largely going it on its own in this particular confrontation. Why? First of all, I think the brutality of the Pahalgam attack exceeded anything that we had ever seen before. Innocent tourists, innocent civilians targeted. Secondly, some of this has to do with the fallout in the larger Middle East, including the US withdrawal from Afghanistan. That meant the United States doesn't need to prop up Pakistan anymore because they don't need to keep open, we don't need to keep open supply lines into Afghanistan from Pakistan. And finally, the confrontation in the Middle East between Hamas and Israel means that those nations have much more of a focus on what's going on in Gaza right now than what's going on in Kashmir. And I think that's led to a lack of support for Pakistan in this current crisis.
Colonel, many people talk about how this part of the world, particularly, say, South Asia or, say, conflicts in Africa, have not really grabbed that kind of attention at multilateral forums, especially the UN. And which is where I want to bring you in on that point, that is it time that the West now sit up and take notice of the way Pakistan or countries like Pakistan and now even Bangladesh are turning into a terror hub? Because you made a very critical point about how IMF can exert pressure, but have these global institutions been playing their role to the T, given that the first IMF tranche to Pakistan goes all the way to 1958, and I've been analyzing, and every 2 to 3 years, Pakistan has been consistently since 1958 going back to IMF.
That's true, and in fact, IMF has funded them from 2018 onwards, and President Trump was immediately after that not there, and this entire period leading to 2025. They've still been getting funding after all these adverse reports attached to the dossier. So I think that is something which the world body and the economic forums of the world, like IMF and others, World Bank as well, will look into it. I'll tell you why. Because everybody has to invest in a market which is much more rapid and emergent, which is India. Right. So finally, it might come to a time that you will have to take not a side, but you will have to do your due diligence better.
True.
You can't fail in your financial due diligence of a country. You yourself are calling in 15 reports that they're abetting terrorism and still get them funds on any other garb of climate change, resilience, sustainability. You know where the money is going. It has been going like that. US has understood. So when Hillary Clinton came the last time here as a vice president, she mentioned about things like snakes in their backyard.
Yes.
But they didn't clear the snakes in the backyard then. They are today disowning those snakes, and which is a good positive turn for the geopolitical sense as well, and also getting terrorism to a lower ebb than it was before. So I think it's a time when terrorism has gone down. The other part is about the UN, which you are mentioning, and I actually differ with many analysts there. The entire cry from our side for the last 30 years, and we make these noises every time when the UNSC meets, and we say we have this reformation, transformation. General Nambiar was there; he was instrumental in making it. Why is the union not adopting? Why not getting more places as permanent? You can do that, but you tell me, 10, 15 years from now, at the rate at which we are growing, say the current state of a US or a Russia or a China, do they need a UN to get their will imposed wherever they want to for the national interest? The answer is no, right? So they have that veto power. Now imagine India in next 15 years. Do we need a veto power? Because we have our friends and allies, bilaterals and regionals and multilaterals, which we have developed for our growth engines mutually.
Okay.
Do we need that
Okay.
UN? We don't need.
Okay.
So when something happens against our national interest, we will create our own table, and on that table we'll sit with our friends, and we'll call it the table which rules the world. So you don't have to be on a UN table actually.
I didn't look at it like that, but I think you have highlighted a very important role. And Alex, I want to bring you in on that. That in itself is a failure of multilateralism when we don't need, say, forums like the United Nations, which have failed to address terrorism. I don't know how much of it you agree, but the Kashmir conflict, as our Honorable External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar has said, is the oldest conflict after World War II. It is the first. It's in fact the oldest in terms of the first entire territory that's been illegally occupied by another nation, that is Pakistan. We took the entire matter to the UN way back in 1947 when both the countries gained their freedom and were Pakistan
I
was
agree.
created.
So we took it to the UN. I will say in hindsight it was not a wise decision. But there are two steps to the resolution of that entire issue of Kashmir, right? The first condition is vacation of POK by Pakistan. Has it happened? And now do you expect after 70, 75 years, they've actually killed the locals. They have put their veterans and militia and people into POK and given them vast tracts of land to, habitate there. It's been more than 3 generations there. So is Pakistan now going to vacate POK? The answer still is no.
Okay.
So unless you meet that condition, it's a conditional term at the UN. So I think it is redundant. So let's not talk about it. And let's see what can be done. India still maintains those areas as constituents in terms of our electoral process. So as a democracy, there are some amount of seats lying in POK, which also accounts for, like, Alex would understand, you have your 50 states, you have got 50 votes. We have our states, and that state of Kashmir has got, state votes which are lying in POK. So it's our birthright. It is a matter and fashion. We keep having debates that should India go and militarily take it.
Okay.
Those are the debates which you can keep having. Does it suit India today to even nibble up area which is then invested instead of one line along the LC? You make a triangle or a rectangle, and then from 3 sides you have terrorism coming onto your domain, and then fencing, and then more.
Colonel, I'm sure you will agree that the idea is not to get POK. The idea is to destroy the terror hubs.
No. Terror hubs will be destroyed. POK will come in its own volition in a pattern and manner it is destined to.
Okay.
Right? But to say that we should apply force tomorrow morning and take it, That's not the game we play. We are not a country who's going to do that
Yes,
and
yes.
spoil our entire economic
And
progress
I think our Prime
based on
Minister
land.
also doesn't want to hurt India's own growth story and derail it from the trajectory that it is on. But Alex, I want to give you closing thoughts because many are talking about the role that the United States can play, and perhaps in today's times, you are all very much aware, as the Prime Minister, Indian Prime Minister himself has said, that the solution doesn't lie on the battlefield. What is the solution?
Well, that's a very, very difficult question. That's a question that great nations, great statesmen and women have struggled with for more than 75 years on the Indian subcontinent. The solution has to be something that is hammered out at the negotiating table. Bombs and missiles and artillery shells can fly, and they're flying tonight, but they can only hurt, harm, and kill. They can't settle the lingering questions left for more than 75, now all close to 80 years on the Indian subcontinent. For that, you need diplomacy. Hopefully the United States can lead that diplomacy. I agree with you that the United Nations is effectively useless in a situation like this, a confrontation like this. The first step has to be stepping away from the escalation table. Blood's been shed on both sides, fire's been exchanged, and tonight, as we head into the morning on the subcontinent, hopefully the men and women who wake up in both Delhi and Islamabad will have cooler heads. They'll recognize that the terrorists have been punished and that there is no necessary step to escalate that won't harm a lot of people. However, we see that if India decides to go ahead and take the next step, the United States will be with the Indian people. But obviously, this is the price of peace. The price of peace is vigilance against terror, vigilance against death, vigilance against harm. And great men and women have to come together, set aside their differences, and work together to achieve the aims of peace.
All right.
I hope when the sun rises, we'll see that begin.
All right. Many thanks to you, Alex and Colonel Dev. Was a pleasure having you here on the
Thank you.
broadcast.
Thank
And
you.
as both of you have highlighted, let's hope better sense prevails across the LOC. Now, more inputs coming in as India has given a befitting response to Pakistan's misadventure, highlighting its technological edge over Pakistan. Let's also listen in to some more experts and conversations that we've had here at CNN News 18.
Indian security forces must today congratulate themselves. The military must congratulate itself. I know it's very early and one should never, ever tempt fate. Never, ever tempt fate. This is serious business we are talking about, viewers. But this will have a blow on the psyche, would it not? This would have a blow on the psyche.
Yeah, it is going to totally affect the Pakistani public because actually this entire operation is now being led by a very radical chief.
टारगेट अचीव करना था वो अचीव किया है। वो जो कहती है ना कि इंडिया ने घुस के मारना था, इंडिया ने वाकई घुस के मारा और हम उसके मिसाइलों को रोक नहीं सके। ये हकीकत है। अब इसको आप ये मत कहें कि जी आप इंडिया की तारीफ कर रहे हैं, ये कर रहे हैं, वो कर रहे हैं। भाई जो हकीकत है वो हकीकत है।
Okay, viewers, big updates coming in. Before I bring in General Dhillon, I just want to very quickly update you all on the evolving situation. 3 Pakistan drones have been shot down at the back gate of Jammu University, the Bawa Tea Stall, which is a landmark there. Air raid sirens are blaring through the city of Jammu. Attack launched on Pathankot, Udhampur, Kathua, Samba and Kaluchak. All 5 areas the attack has been launched. You can hear the strafing, the sounds of munitions going off. India is rebuffing and thwarting just about every one of these attacks. We're also being told that Uri and Kupwara, where there is CFV or violations of the ceasefire, there is also news, viewers, that Pakistan might have suffered a big loss. I'll come to that after it's confirmed. I'm going to keep you hanging a little bit because I don't want to get ahead of the situation and spread fake news. But we are being told there's a big loss on the cards for Pakistan. Something might have happened that could now lead to a complete meltdown in Pakistan, mentally and compounded. Let's go across to Akash. Akash, what are we being told? What are we being told? That there are some attacks now happening pretty much along the IB also. There is talk that Jaisalmer, there is a blackout there. Red flares have been seen in the sky there. We are being told that Pakistan might have suffered a big loss. I'm not going to confirm that or deny that right now? Because we are ascertaining this. But Akash, what can you tell us? It's an evolving situation. General Dhillon is also here with us. Yes, Akash.
So I'm, in fact, confirming that big loss that you are talking about, Rahul. But yes, there are attacks in multiple cities. Jaisalmer is confirmed. In fact, Arunima is reporting that how Jaisalmer, is also receiving these drones and possibly the RT fire as well. In Jammu, we are seeing these attacks. However, our air defense system is very much active. And now this ceasefire violation has also started, both at LC and also, at the international border. In Rajouri and Poonch, firing is there. In Kupwara also, we are seeing artillery fire. So Pakistan, on one hand, is violating the ceasefire. On the other hand, it is sending drones and, missiles to different cities. But then air defense system is very much active and is thwarting all these attempts. Also, we are learning about one Pakistani jet down, but I'm still confirming that sort of piece. But heavy, firing is going on at the LC right now, Rahul. And Indian defense forces are very much there with their air defenses. In fact, air defense guns are used. And in fact, I'm learning that army is retaliating at the LC as well.
Okay, army is retaliating at the LC. Let me go across to General Dhillon. He served there, just like General Bakshi, General Pandey. All of them have really done an exceptional job at protecting Indians and the country. So they know this area like the back of their hand. General Dhillon, please weigh in on this. What are we seeing? Are we seeing now an escalation that is going to lead at some level or the other to perhaps a conflict breaking out, which might go on for a few more days? What is happening? Give us, if you were analyzing this from the Pakistani side, what is happening? We are seeing the losses there, but what is happening exactly? What are they trying to do here?
Rahul, it started with LC ceasefire violations. Then it came down to Jammu and Kashmir, Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir. They're firing onto one side of POJK in Poonch, Rajouri, and even then it graduated to Jammu. Then it came down to Kathua, Hiranagar area. And now, as per the report which you just shared with us, it has gone as far down as Jaisalmer. Now, this is the initiation of war. When you violate the IP at so many places, it's a clear-cut case of initiation of war by Pakistan. But for India, as was told by the Foreign Secretary in the briefing today, we are still committed to not hitting the military installation and civilian population. Whatever we are doing in self-defense. We are only intercepting the missiles and we are nullifying their air defense system. And like you just gave out certain bites from Pakistan, Lahore air defense is now completely gone. Now this is where people of Lahore must go to Lahore cantonment and see the senior officers' families fleeing from there. Now this is how the Punjab has been left without any cover. ये जो पंजाब के पाकिस्तानी पंजाब के जो लोग हैं उनको ये बात समझने की जरूरत है कि 75 साल से उनकी फौज उनको ये भरोसा देती रही है कि हम आपके पीछे खड़े हैं और अभी 24 घंटे नहीं हुए कि लाहौर का पूरा एयर डिफेंस खत्म हो चुका है। अगर ये इनकी काबिलियत है तो इसीलिए अभी ये इसको कॉन्फ्लिक्ट को एक्सपैंड करना चाहते हैं। They are wanting to expand it to as far as Jaisalmer and coming down to their age-old tactics of killing innocent civilians.
Right.
They did it in Pahalgam, they are doing it in Poonch, they are doing it in Jammu, and they are doing it in other parts of India. But Indian missile system or Indian S-400 air defense system is potent enough to take on all their missiles. And as you are saying, certain confirmation about certain targets having been down, we'll wait for it. But at the moment, Pakistan has escalated to another level. He has escalated to another level where he has opened up front as far down as Jaisalmer.
Okay,
so
but
this is escalation ladder being attempted by Pakistan and India. When India retaliated to terror attacks by hitting the terror target, India had thought about all these escalations, all the contingencies, all the options. And India will give a very, very befitting reply to this.
Okay, Sushant Sareen, he's joined us. Sushant Sareen, we've had a few reports coming in of panic now in Pakistan. We've seen it all through the day. The stock market collapsed there. The Karachi Stock Index, which is a complete indication of sentiment in Pakistan, collapsed to the point where circuit breakers had to be applied. Trading had to be sort of stopped, halted. So I'm asking you, what is going on? Pakistan on one side looks as if they're ineffective right now. They're not being able to penetrate. On the other hand, they're also escalating.
Yeah, so look, I'll just add something to what General Dhillon said. They had declared war just yesterday. When it was not just till Jaisalmer, they attacked even till Bhuj. They tried to attack. Now, just because their attack was thwarted and we hit back, does not absolve the Pakistanis of what they tried to do. And because they had a shit on their face, pardon my language, so they are trying to recover some ground, because it's basically the regime survival which is at stake right now. It is Asim Munir's head which is on the line, as is Shahbaz Sharif's head, and they have to show something to the people so that they can survive. Because after India's retaliation in the morning today, it was very clear that the Pakistanis would do something. Now what they have done...
This is the deferred pictures coming out of Jaisalmer, Sushant Sareen. Have a look. This is the IB now. Yes.
Yeah, so even Bhuj was IB, everything
Yes.
is IB.
Yeah.
Amritsar is IB, Jalandhar is IB, Ludhiana is IB, right? So everything is the IB now. Now, my point is a very simple one. Now that the Pakistanis have tried to up the ante, and in the morning today, our retaliation was very, very proportionate. They tried to attack our defense installations, we attacked theirs, and we managed to be much more successful than what they were. But now that they've tried to up the ante, I think some of the restraints which have been put should be removed. I think now we should strike at major military installations, including their headquarters and their troops which might be amassed somewhere. If this is the game they want to play, then that is the retaliation that must come from the Indian side. And I think that should happen by tonight, if it's not already starting to happen. The second thing, and I must insist on this, and out here I disagree with General Bakshi. Look, I think what we are seeing right now is a perfect synchronization of civil and military.
Okay.
We cannot, in a country like India, we cannot say, okay, it's all to the generals, they can decide. Of course they will decide. The professional decisions will be taken by the generals. The civilians will go along with them. But I think the synchronization of civil and military, where the civil has to remain supreme in India. And because decisions of war and peace have to be made by the civilian authority, the military, being a disciplined force, is going to follow whatever orders are given by the civilian.
Okay.
I don't think anybody's case that any civilian leader right now is trying to hold the hand of the army or trying to restrict it. I think it is perfect synchronization. So I don't have any problems with how we are approaching this.
Okay, but is that the primary question right now? I don't think so. General Bakshi, should we now start hitting wider, deeper military targets in Pakistan? Let's stick to the real issue here for the moment.
All right. Though I'd like to respond, but I'll give it a pass.
Yeah.
Now, the thing is, Rahul, so far, step one of the escalation ladder, we hit the terror camps. And we told Pakistan that we are hitting only, and the world, that it is a non-escalatory response, that it is a proportionate response. We've hit only the terror camps. We gave Pakistan an off-ramp. You want to de-escalate here, we can leave it here. Pakistan has chosen to escalate militarily. The fact that you did not suffer damage is all thanks to your air defense command, right? Is all thanks to your air defenses that you haven't. But that does not minimize the significance of the step that Pakistan has taken up the escalation ladder. And tonight, he's crossing the IB, he's crossing the LC, he's trying to attack across the LC. He's been firing for days now, artillery fire, targeting your civilians, etc. The point that I'm trying to make is, now it is Pakistan which has given you the justification to go to level next and target military targets in Pakistan. You've already targeted their radars. They are a military target, Rahul. So you've already crossed the Rubicon. You've already crossed the Rubicon. Now, what was our original aim? The original aim was to impose deterrence in Pakistan. And Sushant will agree with me that by just killing a couple of 100 terrorists, that will not be served. The terrorists are expendable commodity in Pakistan. The real terror akas are the army, the ISI. This operation was planned by the India desk of the ISI, initially by a major working with Hafiz Saeed and that Kashmiri, you know,
Yes,
Saifuddin
Salahuddin.
Kashmiri,
Salahuddin,
right?
yeah.
Then they presented plans. No, I just finished. Then they presented plans to their brigadier in the ISI in that directorate, and then it was presented to the DG ISI, finally approved by General Asim Munir.
That's right.
After his clash of civilization speech, you know, approved and then put into action in Pahalgam in a communal massacre. Unless we impose attrition and pain on the Pakistan military and ISI, you are not going to impose deterrence. Please follow your aim. Please follow your aim. If you want to deter, you will have to increase the punishment level.
So I think
now you have a free pass to increase that punishment level to the military.
Okay, I'll come back to all of you. I'll come back to all of you.
Deliberate manner.
I want to also bring in General Pandey and General Dhillon. That's a good point, General Bakshi. I think both you and Sushant Sareen are on the same page on that we have to go up the escalation ladder. General Dhillon is also there. I just want to quickly update our viewers. If you're tuning in right now, viewers, we're 9:30. And what we know is encouraging for now. Missiles from Pakistan directed at Satwari, Samba, Arispura and Arnia all intercepted, blocked by air defense units. So this is a big news. The S-400, the other units, the other missile systems that we have to try and knock out these projectiles coming are working very well, very optimally, General. There have been ceasefire violations at the LOC by Pakistan in the Karna sector of Jammu and Kashmir. Heavy artillery fire has been opened. Indian Army is also giving a very strong response. Now, we were told that we have knocked out a large number of their posts and there are fatalities at the LOC. I'm not sure how many, but that was something that we were given to believe earlier in the day. I can also tell you right now that Srinagar, there are projectiles that were spotted over Srinagar airport and Srinagar, and they have been intercepted. So as of now, we are being told, and this is at 9:30, about an hour since the first projectiles flew over Jammu, that there have been no casualties. So God's been kind, viewers. 8 missiles have been shot down and no casualties. This report was updated till about 10 minutes ago. These pictures that you're seeing on your screens are not live pictures, they're deferred visuals, viewers. We are playing it very, very cautious and safe. And General Pandey, I want to bring you in on this. We're talking now about a situation which has been developing for the last 24 hours, where Pakistan has decided that they're going to come after us. Civilian targets, everything is fair game. Civilian targets, fair game military targets. They're going to go after just about anything in India that moves from pretty much Akhnur all the way down to Bhuj. Is our response at this moment adequate in your mind? And I want to bring General Dhillon in also on that. General Pandey first, very quickly, the systems that we are using, the S-400, give us a quick breakdown of that.
Okay, I'll
and
first...
And then also the other question.
I need to cover up a couple of points here.
Okay.
Firstly, Pak terrorists were operating as proxies of Pak army.
Right.
Till the time we hit the terrorist camps inside.
Yeah.
Now, after having seen the visuals in which Pak army is giving a state honor to the terrorist leaders who are being buried and, led. And very, very strange that Pakistani senior officers are standing behind and there's some designated terrorist is leading the prayers for the burial part. The switch has now happened.
Yeah.
On behalf of the Pak terrorists who have been killed, today the Pakistani army is now working as a
Those
proxy.
are the pictures you're talking about. Look at that. Yeah.
So, the Pakistan army has become a proxy for Pakistani terrorists. So, that is a major switch which is taken, and we had given a hands to them that, okay, we have hit terrorist camp and we will rest the case here, and thereafter you need to walk the path of possibly peace. Don't scale it up.
Right.
So, having taken this action now and having been sorted out when they tried to strike back, and I totally agree with General Bakshi and Sushant Sareen that this level of in-your-face defeat, when the missiles have been down, when they tried to attack 15, this was very much expected, because in the daytime, we were able to breach all the systems and put out our loitering munitions and drones inside Pakistan at will. Actually, at 4 different places, it was reported by their own media that we have been able to hit them at will. So this was quite expected to come about. And as our systems were in place, we have been able to handle the situation as of now. The next level, firstly, I'll agree with General Bakshi. What he says that we need to hit back onto the military installations because they have given us a reason, casus belli, to do so for these people. And I'm sure we'll see this coming out some in the later part of the night, while the Pakistani military will be very ready to take on these things. But having breached the AD cover and all, I'm quite sure we'll be able to hit back. The other part which General Bakshi had brought out was very significant, that we need to, military should be handed the power.
Okay, Pakistan has accepted that 2 jets have been downed. 2 of their jets down, viewers. This is big news, down by air defense. India has struck. First blow. This is the first blood. Pakistan accepts that 2 jets down by the air defense systems of India. This is big news. This is big breaking news. We're going to try and get you more on this. Akash was hinting at that. I was telling you that there is big news that 2 jets are down by air defense of India, and the debris might be also on our side of the border. So we'll have to check this. This is very big news, and Indian security forces must today congratulate themselves. The military must congratulate itself. I know it's very early and one should never, ever tempt fate. Never ever tempt fate. This is serious business we are talking about, viewers. But this will have a blow on the psyche, would it not? This would have a blow on the psyche.
Yeah, it is going to totally affect the Pakistani public, because actually this entire operation is now being led by a very radical chief, that is Asim Munir, who is aligned his thought process with the terrorist radical ideology, and this attempt for them to actually gain some degree of traction and image building exercise which has been done through these attacks has totally been blunted and will take a major hit, and therefore possibly he'll be pushed to a corner by his own system to respond to a different manner. I think it's a great success for our AD systems, which has actually taken this thing down. And I must compliment really that in sync with the indigenous system, which is called Akash, and the S-400, which is the Russian system that it brought, these two have worked in sync to actually do the job.
Well, you know, I'm still not going to, look, till the Indian military doesn't confirm, I'm not going to jump to any conclusions. So let's just park that thought. There are indications that something big has happened, but we're not going to jump to it. General also is with us. We're being told that General Dhillon is also still with us. And I'm going to bring him in now. General Dhillon, if you could very quickly sum up now what we're seeing on our screens. Sushant Sareen, I'll also bring you into this. What are we actually seeing here? Are we seeing an inevitable escalation of this into perhaps a wider conflict that is now going to engage different parts of the border? Is this going to be perhaps the new normal for the next few days? What is exactly now expected?
Rahul, as you have just confirmed, if Pakistani fighter jets have been shot down, that means use of manned aircrafts. And crossing the international boundary with the manned aircrafts is definitely a declaration of war. Not that we had any doubt in when the missiles are crossing the international boundary, but this is a conventional way of looking at war. Manned aircrafts, fighter jets crossing the international boundary with an intent to damage the civilian or military installations.
Let me just say that I'm not going to accept that till the Indian government confirms. The Pakistanis, you know how they are. They can say whatever they want to, and we don't even know who there is planting what news. So let's just, keep that aside.
Okay, we leave that aside.
Yes. Yeah.
We leave that aside.
Yeah.
The mere escalation, as Jal Bakshi has said and Jal Pandey has also clarified this, now it has gone to the next level. And there is no way that India should not retaliate now, or should not take it to the next level, because now is the time when the war stamina petering out of Pakistan will come into play. Pakistan's economy dithering will come into play. Pakistan's stocks of major equipment going down will come into play. And as and when it happens, this is where the victory will be declared. So we should not hold our horses now. We must take it to the next level as a response to what Pakistan has done so far. He has crossed the limit and we should not. And now we know that his war fighting stamina is way below ours. And we must capitalize on our strength military strength, diplomatic, politically, economic strength, we all know. And we must hit targets in Punjab, because that is where it is going to hurt. Because for them, like Jal Pandey was saying, that terrorists are dispensable for them. I think for a Punjabi, Pakistani, Musliman dominated Pakistan army, even Sindhis and Baluchis and Pashtuns and Kashmiris and Baltis are also dispensable. So we must hit at the heart, and that is where the pinch will be felt.
So what we are now seeing, Sushant Sareen, is conflict by another name. We may not formally call it that, but we're in that zone now. Sushant Sareen, can you hear me? I think you're on mute, Sushant Sareen. You might be on mute. Yeah.
I know. I'm sorry because I was just doing I'm doing multitasking right now. So look, let's be very clear about one thing, Rahul. What the Pakistanis tried yesterday was to hit Indian military installations. Okay, that they failed is not an excuse. But our response was also to only target military installations. Now the Pakistanis they are such bloody liars. This whole bloody community and this whole goddamn place is a bunch of liars. This whole country has come up because of a lie. So they claim that no, we didn't do anything. Because their attack failed, they claim we didn't do anything, right? That's what that ISPR fellow whose father was a great nuclear scientist trying to take out electricity out of jinns. That fellow's son is now their ISPR chief, and remember, he's also a 3-star general. Look at the kind of guys they make 3-star generals. Anyways, but the point is that these fellows, they've lied. Okay, now we hit back. Our response was slightly proportionate in the sense because they didn't really cause any damage. But I think once they've gone up the ladder, I think our response has to be overwhelming now. Very clearly, right now, from what we are hearing is that only the area around Jammu is being targeted, Akhnur, Jammu, that belt. There is some reports that maybe Pathankot has also been, they tried to target Pathankot, or at least there's been some, they've tried to activate the terrorists in Pathankot and other parts. There are some reports, none of these are confirmed. Anyways, I think we'll take care of that. But I think you have to go up because they have already opened up the space for attacking military targets in Pakistan. Now, what is the great restraint that I will only attack air defense targets and I will not attack the ISI headquarters in Appara or the core headquarters in Lahore? Why not? Now that you opened this up, then everything is up for attacking. The GHQ in Rawalpindi is up for attacking. Right? Now, if they want to go down that road, then I think we should not be holding back to go down that road.
Okay.
Because quite clearly, they have to step back and they have to start dismantling the infrastructure of terrorism. I think we have had enough. I think the government of India has made it clear multiple times. We don't want an escalation, but if you escalate, we will hit back. We will not hold back. We will hit back. Number one. Number two, we don't want to go into a kind of a war, but if this is what you are going to try and impose on us, we are going to come after you. I think that message is very clearly delivered. Now, the generals in Pakistan have to decide, is their survival more important than their country's survival? I think it's a very simple question for Pakistan and Pakistanis, maybe not for the Pakistan army, because, once they back out, they tend to lose their privileged position. And I think that is the biggest stumbling block from, them taking an off-ramp. And we need to be very clear about it. No face saving is to be given to these lowlifes. No face saving has to be given to these terror sympathizers. And they have come out openly in their sympathy for terrorists. And I have been pilloried for saying there is no difference between the Pakistani state and the Pakistani society. And we have seen evidence of that, how not a single Pakistani has said what the Indians targeted were terrorists.
Okay.
These are some innocent people. How are these innocent people living in Muridke in these terrorist training camps? Or
I think that is well settled. I think that is well settled. We don't need an excuse now, not after this, do we, Wing Commander? Abhishek Matiman is joining us. Wing Commander, what are we seeing here, and how do you see the Indian response now? Look, I don't know, but if you have to go and escalate. You have to go a step above what they are doing on the escalation ladder. We'll have to obviously take out some important, perhaps brigade headquarters. There are many options. So what will we deploy to do this? What can be done?
At the outset, Rahul, I must apologize for a late entry. Actually, I was busy referring to combat manuals and international conventions that define war.
Okay.
So let me congratulate all my countrymen. The Porkies have finally taken the bait. I strongly feel what we see right now in front of us is the beginning of the end of a state called Pakistan. Whatever the thresholds be and whatever the definitions, they have crossed all limits by all boundaries. We have been testing them. We have tested in the last 2 days their offensive as well as defensive capabilities, and thereafter we have been convinced that our capabilities, this has been repeatedly discussed on panels in the last 2 days, our capabilities, be it defense or offense, have proved far greater and much more efficient than the Pakistanis. Okay. India is going for the kill hereafter. I now have the end state that the Prime Minister stated in his first public rally in Bihar, right in front of me in my sights. Okay. No holds barred.
Okay, so you're believing this is a major miscalculation. Pakistan is digging its own grave. Okay, let me bring in General Bakshi. Let me bring in General Dhillon now. General Bakshi, General Dhillon, and General Pandey. I'm putting the same question to you. Is India in a place of dominance as we speak? At least at this level, are we in a place of dominance, General Bakshi? Because that will determine what we do next.
Look, Rahul, we would always have liked to have a bit more. Rafales come in, 120, ATAGs come in, etc. But let me assure you what we have and what we have seen. We have the edge over Pakistan. Keep your aim very clear in your mind. If your aim is to impose deterrence of a level that will make Pakistan think 10 times before it plans the next Pahalgam, you have to go in for high-value military targets like the DGISI headquarters. You have to impose that costs and consequences. What you have done now, I'm very sorry, is very good, but it is not enough to get you deterrence. It can get you a silent period of 2, 3, 4 years. But then you will be back to the usual. Unless you hit now, you have the dominance. You have seen your dominance. Your air defense is dominating. Your navy is 3 to 4 times stronger. Now press that home, damn it. Press that home. You know, you are hitting terror targets. Why haven't you hit Dawood? Why haven't you hit Dawood? Why are you trying to strictly keep the navy out? And let me kindly reassure my good friend Sushant Sareen. In 1971, we had a very strong democratic dispensation. But Madam Indira Gandhi had given a free hand to Sam Manekshaw and the armed forces, and they deliver. I am very sure they will deliver beautifully. Okay. Beautifully.
Okay.
We now have to get over that, deterrence is the main thing.
Deterrence is not...
Okay. Non-escalation, we've escalated.
Okay.
Now, kindly
let the
armed forces...
General Bakshi should know that the Prime Minister has already issued instructions that
give free hand.
He has left.
Okay, so let's just, I think that is a secondary debate. Let's not confuse issues here. Let's just stick to the main debate. The point is, viewers, we now need to go up the escalation ladder. All our experts are saying it. General Dhillon, let me bring you in. Has India now proven that it is more than capable of climbing the escalation ladder from the evidence of what we have seen? That this is not really now about us doubting our own capacities. It is about executing our capacities to our full potential.
Rahul, India was always capable. India is a bigger military power. India is a bigger economic power. It is just that we did not want to go this far on this path because we genuinely care for the international order. We genuinely care for how the civilizations behave. We genuinely care for how the responsible states behave. But Pakistan has chosen the path of escalating it and escalating it to the level of civilian areas and international boundaries. Now, nothing stops India from taking the next step and then wear Pakistan out. Because if Pakistan is giving us a chance or giving us a reason to escalate and hit him harder, it is his choice. But point here is very clear. Pakistan is not thinking through the military mind. It is thinking through the Punjabi mind. Because this is not the way a military mind with such poor economy, with such poor state of other aspects of your state should be doing against a mighty country like India. So they are exposing themselves and they are thinking that probably India of yesterday will behave like that. We are not India of yesterday, we are India of 2025.
Okay.
And we are not going to stop it just because Pakistan had a last laugh. This time India will have a last laugh and Pakistan will cry for years to come.
Okay, General Dhillon, I have to ask you this. We've already exhibited that the S-400s are very, very capable of thwarting Pakistan. Now, how much of the S-400s do we have? How does this missile system work? Do we need more batteries? I think we have one right now. I'm not sure. Do we need more than one? What is our capacity right now of resisting Pakistan?
I never discuss capabilities of the weapon systems which we have.
Yes.
That is first point. That is our disclaimer.
Okay.
Now, point is, if people have understood what is Iron Dome of Israel,
yeah,
and since people have seen it on TV because of the Hamas-Israel thing, Iron Dome of Israel is a short range because Israel's enemies are at very short range. The launching pads are from very short range. So Iron Dome of Israel is a short range anti-missile system. Now, S-400 is a short range, medium range and long range anti-missile, anti-drone, anti-aircraft. And it can at any one time scan and lock on to n number of targets. I'm not giving the numbers. And it can simultaneously neutralize n number of targets. So that is the capability this system has. And we have, as of now, we have adequate. And even if required during the war, we have adequate money with us in India to buy them off the shelf, unlike Pakistan. So if Pakistan is using up its missile inventory, in the long run, it is going to have a problem. So I will just suffice it to say India has adequate number of them. And I will just sum it up again. It is a short range, medium range and long range. It is a multi-target acquisition system and it can lock onto multiple targets at the same time.
Okay, so this is an interesting question because General Pandey, I want to weave you into this. We've seen how the Iron Dome works in Israel. We're now seeing, of course, a demonstration of that in very capable hands, in Indian hands. And this is a question that I have to ask you. Have India's S-400s allowed India to be much more competent at defense, at aerial defense, than perhaps we were 5-7 years back? Is this a newly acquired capability on the back of a weapon system, or do we have others also, other weapon systems that actually are a force multiplier?
So in terms of AD, we are far behind about 20 years back, but with the arrival of S-400 and of course the Akash systems, when they operate in sync, our coverage has become very, very strong, especially for the bases and vital installations is pretty good. It's actually what we required. So S-400 allows us to actually strike much deep in the Pakistani airspace itself. The moment they take off from their respective areas, we have the capacity of taking them out. So that is the distance we get. This ensures that even before they cross the international border of line of control, wherever our S-400s are deployed, the possibility of their reaching even the IB is that much. In fact, the debris will fall possibly in their own area rather than crossing onto our side. So that's the major advantage of S-400. Right.
Okay. Let me quickly go across to Akash to get some fresh updates from the ground, and we're going to constantly now mesh this coverage between our reporters and our panel guests. So give us updates, Akash, what's happening. Give us a whole blow-by-blow breakdown of everything that is happening across the LOC, across the IB from north to south. Give us the whole lowdown.
Right, it started from Jammu. Then we saw that how across the areas till Punjab, there were multiple places that were targeted. Almost all of these attempts have failed. Till now, we have confirmation that none of the target, in fact, got hit. And in fact, at this point in time, we are learning about Rajasthan as well, where the Jaisalmer military station and in fact the Pokhran station as well were targeted. But again, it has been thwarted. In fact, in Punjab, there are several locations where we have been given to understand that there were attempts, but S-400, Akash, our Barak 8, the medium-range surface-to-air missiles are working pretty fine and in fact are thwarting these attempts. S-400 is in fact, has worked in the morning, early morning today, where we saw that multiple targets were there, multiple Air Force stations, radar stations were on target, and all of these attempts were thwarted. And at this point in time, we are learning that at multiple places air sirens are on, and in fact civil authorities are in fact issuing the advisories for the people to stay indoors, because this is one situation that is changing constantly. And in fact, I am learning about these constant attempts, Rahul. These attempts are still on. I have been told that Air Force officials are very much using the other technologies as well. In fact, we have IGLAs and handheld devices as well. So these devices are being used as well. These weapons and platforms are being used. But S-400 is playing a major role in it because of the range and of course the kind of technology that is employed. We have got 3 regiments of S-400 till now. We have not received 2 yet. But yes, these 3 regiments are working pretty fine. One for the western border, one for the northern border, and one for the eastern border. Deployed at multiple places. In fact, deployed at different places. And this particular system, in fact, is working fine and is thwarting every sort of attempt. And in fact, every attempt where some military station or some military establishment is on target.
And long may that be. Long may that be. I've also stay on with me, Akash. I'm also going to weave in Ishan Vani, who's joining us from Srinagar. Srinagar is also been seeing some disturbances. Ishan, can you break it down for us? We have politicians from there tweeting away. What's going on?
Oh, well, there's blackout and some areas are reporting also sirens going off. This is for the first time that such activity has taken place in Srinagar. We had seen such tensions building up in Jammu, but now it's also in Srinagar. And what we have been given to understand is that there's full alertness from all the forces deployed in Srinagar at vital installations. They are ready, they are geared up, they want to deal with the situation if it emerges or there is any challenging situation that arises. We don't want to share any operational details as of now, but there is blackout and electricity has been completely shut from every part of Srinagar right now, and the airport has been kept on high alert. The security vigilance is there at multiple places. We are told that there's a team of the forces kept on an alert to ensure that any attack that's done on Srinagar or Srinagar vital installations, that is immediately foiled. And there are possibilities not being ruled out by the authorities. That's a possibility of such activity taking place. Looking at what we have seen in Jammu and other parts of the North India, that there is a possibility that Srinagar and other areas can also witness this. There's already a heavy ceasefire violation going on in Tangdar, in Keran and other parts of Kupwara, where also sirens have been heard. So this means that the entire line of control almost is now witnessing a massive shelling. Today there was lull, there was calm during the day. We're reporting there, but now sirens have gone off in Kupwara and even in Srinagar. Some areas are reporting that there are sirens and there's darkness, complete dark, and but now one has to wait and see that where will there be any sort of attack on Srinagar or Srinagar vital installations. But as of now, it's calm, but it's completely electricity has been cut out, and the defense system and every kind of equipment has been ready to ensure that if any challenge arises, they're able to hit it, they're able to neutralize threat in anywhere in Srinagar or other parts of Kashmir Valley.
Well, this is a serious situation that is developing across the front, General Pandey. We've heard from Akash. I'm going to weave them in after your comments. What do you make of the commentary that you've heard, the updates that you're getting?
So, very clearly, what we see is that Asim Munir is caught in a cleft from which if he pulls back, he can't survive. And there's a big Punjabi ego which is pushing him to actually take the thing. Something has to happen within the Pakistani military community to ensure that they don't go on the path of the future destruction. And also very quickly that Pakistan has actually lost its relevance today for both China and for the deep state. Something will happen. The issue which remains now is our response to it, which I'm sure will be coming some in the later part of this thing. Whatever he's launched has been contested, dropped. The ceasefire violations are nothing new for the Indian military, which is happening in the entire length and breadth of Jammu, Kashmir and all.
So you see those pictures? That's Vaishno Devi Shrine.
No, it's gone for a blackout. Actually.
Yeah, it's gone for a blackout. So it was lit up, and this is a before and after. This is how the blackout has been affected. And we're also being told that messages have been put out by the administration in all places. And please explain this because it's quite technical. They said, don't panic when you see a red light. It's usually just the ignition of the ammunition cap from an anti-drone gun when it's fired. Sound may also imply that our defense system is working. Stay inside your homes. Keep lights turned off. What do you mean by the cap from anti-drone gun when it's fired? Please explain this red light that we see constantly.
Yeah, so firstly, a couple of things that I think the government had given very clear instructions for practicing the blackout, and this information has moved around to people, and for the people, especially on the border areas, need to be very vigilant and all, because number of times people are saying that with the latest missiles who acquire the systems and nothing much can be done.
Yes.
And they don't have to actually visually see the targets. I must inform them that not all missiles have got the capacity to actually, they're very, very expensive and they're used for very specific targets and all. But largely, if you are keeping your lights on, it will ensure that the enemy, especially it is a man-controlled drone system, will be able to acquire targets and hit at will. So you have to be very, very careful. And when the drones are moving both sides, even when we are trying to shoot it down, there will be flashes which will happen. So people don't have to get worried about it. And there are counter drone systems which are also being deployed along the line of control, also along the IB, which are quite effective. In fact, they were also participating yesterday's.
Of course, we don't know, viewers, how we are responding, because that is something that we're not getting any confirmation on. It's quite possible that there are air raid sirens going off in Pakistani cities even as we speak. We don't know what the response from India has been. We can tell you what we are experiencing because it is happening where our reporters are. And I want to go back to Akash. I want to go back to Ishan. Akash, there are also statements now coming out of US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who said there's a need for immediate de-escalation. He spoke, in fact, to EAM, Dr. Jaishankar, and there's a statement that has been put out by his office. But Siddharth, quickly update us on this Mark Rubio EAM communication that has taken place.
Well, yes, that's right, Rahul. In fact, this conversation has taken place just a short while back. In fact, this is what we have been told, and this release has come from State Department. And this release states that the Secretary of State emphasized the need for immediate de-escalation between India and Pakistan. In fact, Marco Rubio also expressed U.S. support for direct dialogue between India and Pakistan and encouraged continued efforts to improve communication. Marco Rubio also reiterated his condolences for the horrific terrorist attack in Pahalgam and reaffirmed the United States' commitment to work with India. Perhaps this is the second phone call between Marco Rubio and EM S. Jaishankar.
But clearly this escalation, this unlawful escalation from Pakistan is beginning to grab headlines world over. And remember, viewers, tomorrow the IMF is supposed to meet to decide on a new loan for Pakistan. I just hope that the Americans, instead of giving us a lecture about de-escalation and all that, get the IMF to stand down. We have, of course, an assistant director there who will also perhaps put that Indian point of view across. But we're also being called that the Raksha Mantri is meeting the service chiefs and the CDS. Akash Sharma has this news. Let me try and weave him into this. Akash, if you're there with us, RM meeting the service chiefs and the CDS. Sources are reporting this to you. Can you elaborate on this, please?
Right. So this is not an ordinary time. You know, we are at the verge of a war because Pakistan is clearly, trying to escalate the situation. Given the fact that we have seen that today in the morning, they tried, some locations, and now once again, these locations, in fact, military installations, and in fact, the civilian areas are being targeted. So definitely these service chiefs and in fact CDS, are meeting Rajnath Singh, Raksha Mantri, to decide on the strategy that they are going to opt now. In fact, sources are telling us that Raksha Mantri is in in fact, meeting these service chiefs. CDS is also present, possibly to decide as to what is going to be next course of action. Rahul, we have seen that how Pahalgam was avenged, and it was categorically mentioned by India that we don't want any escalation, and that's the reason why we are not targeting any civilian infrastructure or the military infrastructure for that matter. Then you tried our, the air defense systems, and we destroyed your air defense systems. Now you are trying our civilian population and, in fact, the military infrastructure. Now, what is going to be the response? This is something that will be decided, in this meeting.
Okay, we're also getting news that Indian infantry and artillery attacks on Sialkot, Bajwat sector, Pakistan, there seems to be Indian action also taking place on Pakistani soil. General Pandey, how do you assess this? What's going on here?
So I think one is an artillery duel which will be happening is to destroy those places from where these attacks are being brought out, those gun areas and all. But in case the infantry is moving out, possibly to those locations from where we must have identified a suitable whatever is coming from that location, we need to neutralize that. I think that is for what the infantry must be moving out for limited action, possibly as of now.
Okay.
One can't actually fully comment upon it without knowing the entire picture, but this will be my assessment that there is a certain degree of physical maneuver which is not taking place.
Okay, inputs coming in on this from Manoj Gupta. We're also being told that a large number of Pakistani handles viewers now spreading disinformation after deniability in terror attacks by Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jaish. Now Pakistan is creating deniability in drone and missile attacks also. Akash, they are denying that there are any attacks taking place on Indian soil. They are saying that all of these are staged by India, that these are false flag operations to do Indian drama, and that Indian forces are attacking Punjab and Kashmir and all of this. All this fake news is being peddled now by the Pakistanis to try and build in operational deniability. Akash.
India is different in that way, you see, Rahul, because we are not Pakistan. We have got enough of capability to try and test our weapons, at places like Pokhran, and that's the reason why we cannot do that. And today, at this point in time, when we are reporting these drone attacks, so there is a clear indication that after getting frustrated from what happened, in the morning today, Pakistan is in fact, trying these tactics. In fact, drones and artillery was something that was in fact fired towards the the civilian population and also the military infrastructure. Now we are learning that India is in fact taking action, and Manoj Gupta, our investigation editor, is reporting that how Indian infantry and artillery attack is there on Sialkot, and Pakistani army is responding to that particular attack. As of now, big update from the investigation editor Manoj Gupta that how Indian army is now in fact in action, and the infantry and the artillery is very much involved in this sort of attack on Pakistan.
Well, viewers, this is now obviously moving towards an escalation in the direction of a full-blown conflict. Professor Brahma Chileni also joins us. How do you see this now, where we are at what notch are we on the escalation ladder? Are we close on the brink of war, brink of an all-out conflict? What's going on?
Well, Operation Sindhu represents a paradigm shift in India's strategic posture toward Pakistan. As you know, that for decades, India allowed Pakistan to escape, at best with a slap on its wrist, for orchestrating cross-border terrorist attacks. So against that background, Operation Sindhu represents a dramatic shift, and it was expected that Operation Sindhu, involving military operations, would invite strong Pakistani reprisals. But that doesn't mean that Pakistan is ready for a full-fledged war. India might be ready for a full-fledged war, but Pakistan least wants to get dragged into a full-fledged war. In fact, it doesn't have the capacity, economic and military, to sustain even this kind of conflict with India for too long. So the advantage is with India.
So why are they escalating then? Why are they constantly escalating in this illegal manner, which is disproportionate to even what India did, for example?
That is the way they always respond. We shouldn't forget how they responded to a single airstrike at Balakot. They responded in a dramatic manner by sending a wave of warplanes into India's J&K, bombing an Indian military base, dropping bombs elsewhere. That was a very dramatic escalation by Pakistan. Unfortunately, we did not respond to that response of Pakistan. We allowed them to get away with that kind of response. And that's the reason why, partly, we are where we are today. But that's also the reason why Operation Sindoor, when it was planned, factored in all the scenarios involving Pakistani reprisals. And what Pakistan is doing this evening was clearly factored in. And that's the reason why we are seeing certain steps being taken, including declaring blackouts, preparing civilian populations, and mounting prompt counteractions against Pakistan. And I think that this will go on. In fact, we should expect Operation Sindoor to be taken to its logical conclusion. If it's not taken to its logical conclusion, then it will not be a success. We will not be able to end Pakistan's cross-border terrorism. Let's be clear, India will have to bear some costs. Will have to bear some casualties too. There's no way India can actually end Pakistan's cross-border terrorism without taking risks. That is a given. And I think that we shouldn't look at this as an opening to a full-fledged war. No, I don't think this is an opening to a full-fledged war, but certainly it's a clear opening to a more aggressive, proactive Indian posture.
Okay, let me get in Group Captain Augustine Vinod. Group Captain, how are we assessing the Indian response? Obviously, the air defense systems are kicking in. Give us a quick overview, really, of the Indian response so far and the Pakistani provocation.
Absolutely. In fact, for the sake of viewers and us, it is important for us to understand the shape of things to come A and what is happening B. In our case, we went and attacked a viable terrorist target. Pakistan did not have, the often used word off-ramp to do some action in India and say that is it. They did not have a swift retort kind of action this time, because this time it was surgical strike, airstrike, and all combined together. So that time also, I think we were in the morning talking about it, and we said in hours to come probably we'll be discussing about war, and that is what has happened. Because once they are confused what to do, they will do exactly what they are doing right now. That's point number one. But Rahul, what is more important for us to understand is, if you don't call this a war, what will you call a war? So to me, this is nothing less than any war would be, because
so
they have hit all.
It's undeclared, but effectively it's a war.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, weeks, months down the road, once we finish all this and when we discuss, we will, term it as a war. So right now, let's call the spade a spade and say it is a war, because they are hitting military targets. Unlike us, we did not hit the military targets. If we wanted to, we could have gone whole hog and finished off entire frontline fighter squadrons of theirs and fighter bases of theirs and called it a day. We did not do that. We did exactly what the Sindoor signifies. We took out only those people.
Well, movement at 7 LKM. I'm just going to point out these visuals, viewers. This is 7 LKM. This is the Prime Minister's residence in Delhi. There's a lot of movement there, a lot of cars going in and out. You can see that's the exit. It exits onto the Lok Kalyan Marg. And there you go, viewers. That's cars going in and out. We've been told that the RM is also meeting the 3 service chiefs and the CDS. So there's a lot of confabulation going on in, of course, the decision-making circles, which is not unsurprising, given the fact that we have a system that we are grappling with, which is short of actually a declared war. That's what Group Captain is saying. Group Captain, obviously Indian forces are responding. We're also being told now that we're responding in the same manner. So what would that entail? And I want to bring in General Pandey on that also. So Group Captain, go first. When they say we are responding in the same manner, describe a response in the same manner.
The response is, the DG ISPR or that whoever the army person is who came up and said we've lost to the JF-17s, and they have sort of
Well,
confessed.
I think that
I'm
might
also
be
hearing.
that might be fake news. I'm not going to believe anything that comes out of Pakistan, to be very honest. I mean, the Pakistanis have perfected the art of even deceiving themselves. So God knows what they're trying to do here. But till the Indian government doesn't confirm this, let's just keep it out of the equation.
I know, but they also said Dusra Banda, who, I don't know who that Dusra Banda is. So yeah, but absolutely, I'm with you, Rahul, on this. See, people need to understand the counter or the DIAD operations, the destruction of enemy air defense operations that we are carrying out is again a defensive operation. The destruction of enemy air defense is a part of something called a counter air operations, in which we again are going to blind them and immobilize them so that they do not attack us. Our aim is not to go and do some destructions that they are at least trying to do, and which we can see on the screen in Jammu. Like my wife is currently caught in the crossfire right in Jammu.
Okay.
In the thick of, I was just speaking to her in the thick of
I hope she's
all
okay.
these attack that is happening. She was standing outside and laughing at the way these guys are trying to, tickle us by sending those small drones, which we are taking out using guns. I can safely say not major damage that we are looking at least in Jammu. Rest of the areas I do not know. This is straight from the horse's mouth. But important for us to understand that the operation that we are carrying out is A, measured, B, is towards the purpose of keeping our frontal areas safe, including Poonch, Rajouri and that sector. But I'm also hearing something is happening in the Jaisalmer and Badmer area as well. If that happens, then it is, Rahul, believe you me, General will bear me out, it is all hell break loose. There is so much of ground we can cover right down to the banks
There
of
is
Sindh.
Jammu,
that in
Jaisalmer,
QP
Pathankot, Akhnur, all of these areas. The border is hot. The border
Absolutely.
is hot.
And so much of area we can grab that, tomorrow in doing quid pro quo, probably they may have to hand us over right up to Islamabad. I don't know.
You think will happen, General Pandey?
Yeah, I think when you say the equitable response is on, something was already done in the morning, which we were able to deliberately hit, cross on the side, and the gap of 80, as Augustine has just brought out. Augustine, I hope your family is right and doing well, and so is everybody else. But the fact is that I think we are going to up the ante and hit across here and after similar targets, if not more, right? So while RT duels are going on, that is par for the course. But more importantly, I think much more will happen.
NSA Doval is briefing the Prime Minister. We're going to try and get you an update on that with a reporter. This is the second meeting in the day between the NSA and the Prime Minister. The one earlier in the day, viewers, took place at around 11 o'clock or maybe even 10:45, and it went on till about 11:30, 11:45. It was a one-hour meeting. And now we know why that was a one-hour meeting, because at that time we didn't know that Pakistan had overnight tried to attack us in 15 different places all along the LOC and the IB, all the way down to Bhuj in Gujarat. So now, of course, we have another meeting. Obviously, the NSA briefing the Prime Minister on the latest misadventures by Pakistan. This one, of course, might be a one that they live to regret. Professor Chilani, do you think the Pakistanis this time have made an error of judgment, maybe even a catastrophic one?
That time will tell. It will depend very much on the political will that either side musters. This is a test of political wills. Pakistan traditionally has sought to make up for the power asymmetry with India through stronger political will. On our side, political will has been lacking often. So today we are at a critical point. The outcome of the current confrontation will be determined not by military combat, it will be determined by who wins the battle of political wills.
Okay, who wins the battle of political wills? This is very, very serious, viewers. Serious situation now unfolding, General Pandey. And I want to just bring in Akash and the other reporters. Is Ishan Wani still there? Okay, Ishan, coming out to you. Pakistani media is also putting out these reports that India is cooking up stories, etc., etc. Can you just give us a situation report, really, of what's happening behind you? Quite clearly, Jammu, areas attendantly close to Jammu, Srinagar, all on high alert because there is some activity, isn't it?
Well, yes, it has been foiled. As you see that in Jammu, that multiple attempts were made to target defense establishments, to target other key locations, but all of them have been completely, completely stopped, and none of them has been allowed to happen. Even in Srinagar, it's completely dark. It's blackout right now, and as we speak, there are sirens being heard by certain residents in certain areas. But we have been also told that even in Kupwara, which is again a frontier district, there also sirens have been heard, apart from the artillery shelling which is going on across the line of control in Kashmir Valley at the moment. What we have been also given to understand that all the sensitive locations right now across Kashmir are on the highest readiness and alert, and to ensure that no drone is able to go through the defenses, the highest level of preparedness has been done. Be it the Srinagar airport, be the other key locations which we don't want to reveal right now given the sensitivity of the operations. But yes, the defense system is there prepared to deal with any sort of eventuality. There are imposed a possibility of drones coming towards Srinagar and attempting to hit actually certain parts and certain establishments, but the air defense system has been kept robust and they will not be allowed to hit any of these locations. Yes, it's true that there are drones which have tried to attack locations in Jammu, come from Pakistan. It's a very clear. Defense forces also saying that they tried to sneak in, but they were actually well aware about the possibility of this taking place, and that's why you're seeing that all of these videos where you see flares up, those are the systems trying to ensure that they're able to foil them before they target anyone or before they try to hit any location. It's completely dark. The traffic is very minimal. People are checking what's really happening, if there has been any attack. But let us also tell viewers that let's not listen to rumors. There are a lot of rumors floating around right now. Only listen to authentic news. There has been appeal made by the government multiple times that don't rely on WhatsApp forwards, don't rely on anything like this. There are advisories, follow them at the moment. It's the electricity across several important districts has been cut. It's completely dark in Srinagar, and in Jammu there is a befitting response that the Indian Army is giving.
Okay, very quickly, stay on with me, Akash. Let me bring you into this. What's the latest from the ground? Any reports of any damage, or is all the damage being inflicted by Indian S-4 air defense systems?
Right, there is no report of any damage till now, Anand. In fact, Rahul, I'm sorry. And in fact, tactical air defense, is with Indian Army. We all know that how Indian Army, the AAD, Corps is very much responsible for the tactical, defense. And they have got Akash too, that is very much employed. So we are learning that till now there is no damage. And in fact, Indian Army has already started retaliation. There are, inputs coming from the Western Front as well. We are waiting for the confirmation, but there are inputs that Indian Army is retaliating and retaliating in the same manner. There is an input that in Jalandhar also there was, in fact, Jalandhar station was attempted, but it has been thwarted. And in fact, other places as well, several other places in Punjab too, there are attempts, but air defense system is very much there. Akash is there, MRSAMs are there, and also we have S-400 that you are talking about.
Well, the DC of Jalandhar has come out and said, dear all, and he's addressing the public at large. He says, you're aware of what's going on, but this is the exact situation that we have practiced for in the last 3 days. Our armed forces is taking care of most of things, and they have neutralized most of the drones. We all should support them and help in adhering to the protocol of blackout, as well as prevention of fake news, videos, messages that can spread panic among common people. Civilian population is not being targeted as per official information, so please don't worry and be calm. General Saab, your quick input on what you're hearing, and I'll open this up to the group captain also. Yes.
So like the perception continues to remain that they are trying to hit the military targets and try to maintain a certain degree of control on the escalatory ladder, which may not be very, very correct, because in Poonch yesterday they have actually killed more than 15 civilians, and they've carried out hitting the civilian targets. So very willy-nilly, it's not exactly the same that they are trying to restrict the escalation to only military installations. And I think this level of attack which they have expanded now in the night is quite higher than what was in the previous level. Is it signaling that, okay, we want to leave at this high, or is it a lure and draw? But I will go with what Brahma
What do you mean by lure and draw?
Yeah, is possibly they are wanting us to bait out and come for this thing, because this whole thing has started with Pahalgam itself, of a baiting out system in which we have not baited out. We have tried to hit only those select target and started with non-escalatory manner from the first day onwards. But they're clearly baiting us out because that is the requirement of this present gentleman, Asim, not gentleman, I think
he's a rogue.
A radical rogue Asim Munir. That is his requirement to survive.
Yes.
And the moment this whole thing opens up, which he knows will lead to destruction, but that will allow his legacy to continue. And I think that is where we are going, and the flurry of activity which is reported on our side is also indication of possibly something more of a red line being crossed.
More than a red line being crossed. Group captain.
I think a couple of things. I'm just picking up from what General talked about. See, in our scheme of things, we have always said that we want to stop it. And the onus, the ball was always in Pakistan's court. It was never in our court.
Yes.
Even today, Rahul, it is not in our court. It is still in Pakistan's court. But the problem is, A, decision dilemma. B, who's taking the decision in the higher echelons of Pakistan itself is in a very big question. We showed visuals where cars going in and out of the Prime Minister's residence, and we know for sure that in our case, it is the polity which takes the decision. In their case, polity is held by the nose by the Fauj, and Fauj takes the decision, and Fauj, believe you me, especially the Pakistan Fauj, is always trigger-happy kind of Fauj. Secondly, the decision taken at the top, not necessarily, and we have seen it in the past, Rahul, not necessarily adhered to by their core commanders and their commanders down below. So it is possible that the core commanders have taken, in the case of Pakistan, a unilateral decision to do what they want to do, especially as I see across the Jammu sector as well as in the Rajasthan sector. So there are a lot of, one-upmanship. Who will succeed Munir? Those are a lot of such kind of chaos that exists in Pakistani Fauj. I would give about 30 to 40% of that reason also for this escalatory ladder to be breached.
Well, the Integrated Defence Staff has issued a statement, General Saab, saying that there is a synergized retaliation. What does this mean?
So the thing which is happening is that while Army is using the systems which are available to it in terms of drones, the loitering munitions, the other assets which are available to them, not only to attack but also the AD systems which are deployed on the ground under control of the Army and the Air Force, they are synergized. So there are targets which have been segregated by both Army and Army, Navy and Air Force, in which the selected targets, like for example the targets which are within the reach of the military Indian Army will be hit by the Indian Army assets, and the ones which are required to be hit by the Air Force will be hit by the Air Force. And similarly the Navy is going to carry out hitting of along the Karachi side, whatever they have to hit. So this is a synergized application based on this entire spread in terms of
the one thing, viewers, there is a blackout. Yes, there is a blackout very, very, very obviously in a large number of cities along the LOC and the IB, but there is also a metaphorical blackout. We don't know how India is responding on the other side. We believe that there is a beginning of some sort of retaliation in full force, but we don't know. But what we are being told is that the threats have been neutralized by the Army as per the SOP, that India has thwarted the attacks on military station Pathankot and Udhampur and just about anywhere else. It's a synergized retaliation that has thwarted any military overtures from Pakistan, and we just heard the General break that down for us. SSP of the Union Territory of Chandigarh has said that Chandigarh will be observing a blackout until further orders. All are requested to switch off all lights and stay indoors. Why do we need to switch off our lights? In case people still don't understand the reason behind it. There are some people who say that, oh, you don't need to today because these are computers that guide missiles. They're already pre-fed with information. It's, it obviates all of that. So can you explain, please?
So so the pre-fed systems are extremely expensive, are required to be hitting targets which are equally expensive, and they are required to be put down. But there are a larger number, more than 90% uh, equipment or the munitions in the arsenal which don't require those systems, they are dumb systems.
Okay.
The second is when you are operating a drone system in which it is a man-controlled system, man behind, and doesn't have a certain degree of guidance system which is available.
Right.
It has to look for the targets, so you don't make it easier for them.
Okay, a big statement coming out. First of all, viewers, another fact check. Inputs with respects to suicide attack by terrorists at Pathankot or Rajouri is completely false. So the Indian government putting that out for all of us. Clearly, there is been news somewhere about this, so that's being put aside. Also, viewers, Dr. Jaishankar coming out and saying that India has been measured in its actions, however, any escalation will get a firm response. So, Brahmachaleni, India has been measured in its actions, however, any escalation will get a firm response. This is an escalation. Do you believe that we should no longer harbor illusions, try to sound holier than thou? We should now respond at a higher level. Is that what is required now to once again nudge Pakistan into deterring?
Well, India is still playing to the international gallery. It should now be focusing on delivering hard blows to Pakistan. India, as the stronger military power, can control the escalation ladder. It can escalate the conflict or it can de-escalate the conflict to its advantage. So given that reality, India should be a bit more proactive, because if they inflict, let's say, X amount of destruction on India, India should be willing to inflict twice that on Pakistan in order to deter further attacks from Pakistan. So this kind of measured response at this stage would only embolden the Pakistani military generals to keep upping the ante. They have to be dealt firmly, and I think equal response at this stage is not the pragmatic way to end this ongoing conflict.
Okay. This is now a conflict. Watch the words that people are using now, viewers. It's a conflict. Many people are now calling it maybe undeclared, but this is what a conflict looks like. Harbor no illusions. Wing Commander. Harbor no illusions, this is a conflict.
You're asking me?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. So, see, there are two things that we need to understand. First, when our civilians were hit, I mean, in Poonch, it was a war for me. And number of people who died almost equaled the Pahalgam attack, or maybe slightly short. It was a war for me then, because when you hit the civilian population who are unarmed, it's a war, or at least a war-like scenario. Now you've gone all out and hit all across my border, right from north to the western zone. How do I look at it? That's point number one. Point number two, and right, like General said,
yes,
the aspect about keeping ourselves safe. It's very, very important that, I mean, through the channel, I say this to all the people of India.
Okay, I need to very quickly. There's some news breaking. Just going straight across to Anshul, who is reporting from Jalandhar. Anshul, yes. Anshul.
So yes, just a few moments ago, it was reported from out here in Jalandhar that there were projectiles that were fired towards Jalandhar, especially at the NIT Jalandhar is what we have been told, and all these attempts were actually thwarted by the air defense system of the country. But I'll just try and show you visuals around here as to how this entire area has been turned into an absolute blackout. Until 4 a.m. this morning, the notification has come from the local district administration that till 4 a.m. At least till 4 a.m. there will be a complete blackout that will be observed all across this district of Jalandhar and in the nearby districts as well. Much like districts like Pakwara is also seeing similar lines as well. Not only this, but also these highways that are leading towards Pathankot. In all those highways as well, there is absolute blackout that has been maintained. All the street lights have been switched off. The vehicles that are moving from here, they are also being checked and frisked over here. So definitely the Indian forces are definitely on their toes, making sure that each and every covered cowardly attempt that is being made by the rogue nation of Pakistan, that can be thwarted over here, and a clear message is being given out to Pakistan that because of these cheap missiles that are being thrown towards towards India, towards our country, these missiles are not enough to harm anyone, let alone demoralize even a single person of this entire nation.
Okay, well, those are heartening words, very heartening words. India is holding ground, viewers. Let me quickly give you an overview. 10:30 in the evening. About 2 hours ago, we received reports of loud bangs and explosions taking place in Jammu. But we're being now told, viewers, and this was going to happen, India has hit Lahore. Big story. India has hit Lahore. We're going to try and get you more inputs on this. India hits Lahore. This is big. Remember, India had already decimated the air defense system and capacities in Lahore. This was waiting to happen, wasn't it, General Pandey? I'm going to come to you, and could you hold forth on this a little bit? This is a big news. This is a big news, isn't it?
You know, it's a very important step. We are just discussing about it, and the statements have also come about on this, on a response which we measured response. So while everybody may be wanting a response which is desired by the emotions, but I think the line which the previous speaker just said, your reporter on the ground said, that a rogue nation, right? There is a difference between a rogue nation and a responsible nation, and we are escalating our response based on a responsible manner, and this is the next level that our drones are now hitting Lahore, and I'm sure majority of other areas will be hit. We will come to know as the operations unfold, and I'm sure we'll wait for those input for us.
Okay, now I just wanted to ask you, because if Akash joining us on this big turn of events after blunting air defense, India has hit Lahore. Akash, quickly give us the update on this. What does this mean? India hits the heart of Pakistan, the Pakistan's most important city, really, the citadel of power of the Punjabi elite that runs Pakistan has been hit. Brahma Cheleni also here with us. But yes, Akash, give us the update.
Lahore and Islamabad are the two locations that we are learning, but once again, I would reiterate that we are not revealing any operational detail because of the fact that it is still on. And also, as far as the Lahore thing is concerned, so we have seen in the morning today that how the air defense systems in Lahore, within Lahore, were destroyed by the Indian Air Force. And once again, we are learning that since in the evening today, we have received these sort of drones and projectiles from Pakistan. So in the similar language, Indian armed forces are now retaliating, Rahul, and Lahore and Islamabad are two locations that we are learning initially.
This was on the cards, wasn't it? You reported, and I was with you on air at that time, you reported that significant damage, and in fact the Indian Army confirmed it, putting out a statement, significant damage had been done to the air defense system. And we've got pictures, obviously, from the past, from the afternoon. We can pull out those pictures and put it on the screen. This is earlier. So, Akash, this was waiting to happen. The air defense systems there were completely taken out, weren't they?
Yes, in fact, Rahul, as far as Indian Air Force is concerned, so we know that how in the morning today, they not only thwarted the, attempts, but also, in fact, destroyed, in fact, the air defense systems of Pakistan. We know that how there are Chinese systems that are in place, very much deployed. But once again, the attack came towards us.
Okay,
fact,
more
in
information.
Jammu,
Akash is reporting. Akash, India also hitting Islamabad too. This is very big. So we are beginning to put out a lot of news. Islamabad, the political heart of Pakistan, also hit. Both Lahore and Islamabad, both hit. Yes. Elaborate, please,
exactly.
Akash.
And, Rahul, I was stressing on the similar, language and the retaliation, and this is what we are learning, that Indian Army as of now, is retaliating in the similar manner. There is a clarification. No tank movement is happening, as there is a buzz about it on social media specifically. No tank movement, but yes, artillery is being fired, and in fact, we are learning that several locations are being targeted now in Pakistan as well. There are some sort of details that we of course cannot reveal, but yes, there are several locations for which we have got confirmation just a while back, and in fact, Indian Army at this point in time, and also the Indian Air Force, that is constantly thwarting all those, in fact, attempts that are, there to target the military establishment in Jalandhar, in other parts of Punjab, in Jammu, we have seen in Rajouri and Poonch, we know that how ceasefire violation is happening. At the LCA, different areas, we already know that how ceasefire violations, are happening. But Indian Army, as of now, is retaliating, and we are learning about several locations in Punjab that are being hit by the artillery.
Okay, so this is important, General Pandey.
Yeah.
Symbolically, this is very important.
Symbolically, is very important because Lahore is the heart and soul of, while Islamabad is the political capital, you get Rawalpindi as a military capital which controls the entire country, but Lahore is the most important feature, is the most important population center in entire Punjab. And hitting in Punjab, all these locations, is very, very symbolic.
It is a seat of actually...
All 3 seats are there.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. This is also the seat of Shehbaz Sharif. The Sharif family's influence originates from the heart of Punjab. Brahma Chileni, put this into perspective. If this is true, this is very, very big. We have no reasons to doubt it. We won't be putting this news out. Islamabad and Lahore, the significance of this, please.
Well, first, it shows that India is not responding in similar measure. It's responding proactively and punitively. That is the way India can deter Pakistan. But more importantly, even though there are these artillery duels being reported, this has essentially become an air war where India has the the edge because India's air power is superior to Pakistan's. Of course, India has to factor in Pakistan's support from China. China, as you know, calls Pakistan its iron brother, and in recent days, after the Pahalgam massacre, China rushed new weapon systems to Pakistan, including air-to-air systems.
Yes.
In fact, the only important country to criticize the launch of Operation Sindoor was China. China condemned the Indian strikes as regrettable.
Yeah.
So today, as India mounts this offensive against Pakistan, it cannot lower its guard along the Indo-Tibetan frontier. So India actually is wedged between 2 nuclear-armed states. Both are revisionist powers.
Okay, well, of course, that's a whole different ball game, and the level of escalation, of course, then is dramatically higher. But as of now, what I wanted to understand really from you was the symbolic importance of taking the fight into the Pakistani administrative capital and the cultural capital of Punjab, the beating heart of Pakistan. It is, viewers, let me tell you, symbolically the most important step, because Lahore notionally is the seat of the Pakistani elite, the Punjabi elite that controls all of Pakistan. Its writ runs across not just parliament, all organs of the state, including the courts, the military, and of course in Islamabad you have the seat of governance. So this is very big, isn't it, Brahma Chileni? From an escalation point of view, you're right to say this is dramatic escalation by India. What do you think is going to be the response, General Pandey? I mean, a capital city. Now, if you want to go, will Pakistan go and ramp it up? Will they come deeper in? What's going to happen?
So, we are handing options for the Pakistani system establishment to
Akanksha Swaroop, as a dozen locations in Jammu, including the airstrip, were targeted by artillery fire, drone and missile attacks from the Pakistani side last evening. This comes just a day after India struck terror hideouts in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. One woman has been killed and another person injured in a ceasefire violation by Pakistan in the Uri sector of Jammu and Kashmir. Pakistan is targeting civilian areas in Uri and Kupwara sectors with artillery fire. The Indian Army, as we are learning, is responding firmly to this aggression. The security agencies say that Pakistan has launched 8 missiles targeting the Jammu civil airports, Samba, Pura, Arnia and nearby military installations as well. However, all missiles were effectively intercepted by the S-400 air defense system in India. The Pakistani army also resorted to firing across the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir in areas near Poonch and Rajouri. And in fact, joining me live from the newsroom is Ayushman Jamwal, who will bring us more inputs. But in fact, we have some breaking inputs coming in right now, as we are learning that the PTI leadership in Pakistan is afraid that missiles or drones will come to Adiala jail as well. And that, remember, is very crucial because the PTI says that it is afraid that Imran Khan's life will now be harmed under the pretext of war. That is what Imran Khan's party, the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, has had to say. They are now afraid that even the Adiala jail, where Imran Khan is currently jailed, will be impacted by these barrage of missiles that are coming from India. Let's also listen in.
अभी जो हालात है मुख्तलिफ शहरों में ड्रोन जो है आ रहे हैं, मुख्तलिफ शहरों में मिसाइल आ रहे हैं, तो हमें ये डर है कि ऐसा न हो कि इस जंग में या जंग को बहाना बना के कोई ड्रोन या कोई मिसाइल अडियाला आ जाए। और इससे चूंकि इमरान खान रियासत और रियासती इदारों के तहवील में हैं, तो ये हमें ये डर लग रहा है और हमें इस तरह लग रहा है कि ऐसा न हो कि इसी जंग के बहाने में इमरान खान साहब की जान को तो नुकसान पहुंच जाए।
All right, I bring in Ayushman, who's joining me live from the newsroom. Ayushman, that PTI has been fearing for Imran Khan's life is not new, but there are concerns now that the war may just be a pretext to kill Imran Khan.
Absolutely, and that is something that has always been the concern of the PTI, that when it comes to the civil dispensation inside Pakistan, that several reasons can be propped up to target Imran Khan. And we've heard how, and social media has been seeing that information also doing the rounds, how he's being mistreated inside Adiala jail. But clearly Imran Khan continues to be that thorn on the side of the coalition government currently inside Pakistan. Imran Khan continues to be extremely popular as the credibility of the Sharif regime, as well as the credibility of Asif Munir and the Pakistan military continues to dip inside Pakistan. And in that pretext, Imran Khan has been making very scathing comments against the dispensation inside Pakistan, both the civilian as well as the military leadership. And on that context, clearly the PTI now fears that given the rising political stock of Imran Khan, given the fog of war in the wake of the strikes that are coming in from the Indian side, where not just Rawalpindi, even Lahore and Islamabad have been targeted by Indian drones, the question remains, can that fog of war be used as a pretext by the Sharif regime to take out Imran Khan once and for all? We've seen the legal troubles that Imran Khan has found himself in, given the fact that he continues to be extremely popular in the entire Pakistani ecosystem, and given the fact that India has now exacted revenge in the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack and the dipping political stock of Shehbaz Sharif, his ministers, as well as Asif Munir, Imran Khan continues to be a superstar in the light of several Pakistani nationals who see him as the redemption of the entire nation, because two major institutions have failed the people of Pakistan. So the PTI fears that they need to bank on this. That's why they are using this opportunity to score political points against the Sharif regime, saying that this could be used as a pretext to take out Imran Khan once and for all. The fog of war also giving political capital to the PTI.
Absolutely, and that in itself goes on to indicate that the political temperatures are going to rise in Pakistan with regards to the war and whether the nation was even prepared to go to war. PTI already reacting to that development. Stay with me, Ayushman. More breaking inputs, in fact, coming in. Inputs shared by our Security Affairs editor, Mr. Manoj Gupta, as what we are learning through our sources that Indian drones have been spotted above Bahawalpur. Now, remember, this is one very crucial area which was earlier also struck during Operations Sindoor on 7th of May, the first time when India targeted those terror camps in Bahawalpur. And I quickly go back to Ayushman, who continues to stay with us. So, Ayushman, it seems that the Indian Armed Forces have a very staunch resolve this time around that they will destroy them and leave them to a state of rubble.
Absolutely. Akanksha, you remember right after the Pahalgam terror attack, Prime Minister Modi, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, even Home Minister Amit Shah promised a swift response to the entire terror infrastructure inside Pakistan. That means crippling their launch pads, the infiltration launch pads, the recruitment launch pads, also the IED factories that dot the entire line along the line of control as well as the international border. And on that note, it's no surprise that India in its counter strike, while it's targeting Rawalpindi, Lahore, as as well as Islamabad gone into the political, commercial as well as military heart of Pakistan. They want to finish the job when it comes to the Jaish terror sites in Bahawalpur. Even as we saw, the Lashkar sites in Murid Ke have also been flattened by the Indian forces. So India's drone tech edge has come to the fore when it comes to the counter-strike to Pakistan's attempted attack against several military installations as well as civilian areas inside India. We saw how all those Pakistani drones were shot down by India's S-400 as well as Akash defense systems. But now India, using its superior drone technology to target not just the key commercial, political and military areas inside Pakistan, but also trying to finish the job when it comes to the terror infrastructure inside Pakistan. And Bahawalpur being one of the epicenters of the Jaish terror network, India leaving no stone unturned to ensure that the entire network is eradicated, because Pakistan is only escalating the entire fight and India only paying them back in kind using its superior technology.
All right, many thanks to you, Ayushman, for bringing us all those inputs. In fact, more breaking inputs coming in. This time, this is with regards to the PCB. What we are learning has confirmed today that the remaining fixtures of the Pakistan Super League have been shifted to the UAE. The last 8 fixtures, which were previously scheduled in Rawalpindi, even Multan and Lahore, will now be staged at the UAE. Intel sources are telling CNN News 18 that the action has been taken after a drone attack near Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. That's raised their safety fears for the players, even the staff and the fans. Now, foreign players have reportedly sought to exit the league amid the conflict. And that's a big breaking news coming in. And remember, this is indeed going to spell mammoth loss for PCB, which is now going to be shifting its remaining fixtures of the Pakistan Super League to the UAE. As we said, that the last 8 fixtures were previously scheduled in Rawalpindi, Multan and Lahore. And as we all know, that India has already attacked critical military installations in Lahore. To be precise, their surface-to-air defense system has in fact been completely destroyed. And there was a method to madness. We went and destroyed their missile defense system. And after that, that's when India in fact destroyed Lahore. And now clearly it's a state of heightened alarm in Pakistan, following which they have now decided to shift the locations, the remaining fixtures of the Pakistan Super League to the UAE. And with that, we have some more breaking inputs in fact coming in. This is with regards to the reactions coming in from the United States. The latest what we are learning is the reaction coming in from the US Vice President J.D. Vance, who sent out a message to Pakistan saying that India and Pakistan tussle is not the business of the United States, but added that de-escalation was the need of the hour. He says, and let me quote, "We are concerned about any time when nuclear powers collide. We want this thing to de-escalate. We cannot control these countries, though, but we are not going to get involved in the middle of war. That's fundamentally none of our business and has nothing to do with America's ability to control it." A very significant reaction coming in again from the US VP, who, remember, has condemned the Pahalgam terror attack. Why J.D. Vance is such a critical figure to the ongoing conflict between New Delhi and Islamabad is precisely because he was in the country on 22nd of April when that barbaric terrorist attack took place in Pahalgam. And he was one of the early voices from the United States to have condemned that terrorist attack. But let's also try and decode the larger messaging over here when he says that de-escalation was the need of the hour and that they have no plans to in fact get into this tussle between India and Pakistan, and that it is not the business of the United States. It's not the first time. Under the new Trump administration, Trump 2.0, we are seeing echoes of the previous administration as well, when Donald Trump has already made it amply clear that the US president has made up his mind that any of these conflicts are not going to be a concern for Washington. We've seen a similar approach being adopted by the United States when it comes to Taiwan, South China Sea, and that's exactly what we're now seeing is the larger messaging that's coming here as far as the Kashmir conflict is concerned. But to also put it in terms of geopolitics, important to highlight that the United States is also giving a free hand to New Delhi when it says that it is not the United States' role to, in fact, get into this tussle between the two countries. At the same time, they have urged both the parties to de-escalate the existing tensions. Remember, it's not just the US Vice President who is currently engaging. In fact, those lines that have been shared by the US Vice President are in an interview that he's given to Fox News. At the same time, we all know that the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has been consistently engaging with administrations in Islamabad and New Delhi, urging both sides to de-escalate. But at the same time, a very significant message coming in from the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who said that the United States stands firm by India's side when it comes to the fight against terrorism. So the Trump administration has made it amply clear that they condemn the attack in Pahalgam and that they are standing with India in its fight against terrorism. And they have also taken a stand and in fact supported India in its fight. But not just that, they have also asked Pakistan to end these terror hubs, also stop funding terrorism, an action that has not been taken so far. And India has been very firm when it comes to galvanizing that kind of global support, whether it is from Western forces like that of EU, the United States, or even say the Islamic nations, the head of OIC, which is Saudi Arabia. It also is a known fact that the Saudi foreign minister and the Iranian foreign minister both happen to be in New Delhi today. So the global consensus is very much in India's favor. As we all know, the traditional allies of Pakistan are also turning their back towards Pakistan. And if one were to actually look at the way UAE, even Saudi Arabia, Iran, Afghanistan, they have all condemned what happened in Pahalgam on 22nd of April. That also goes on to indicate that the tide is turning in India's favor. And under Trump 2.0, the voices that are coming in actively from the current administration, whether it is the US Vice President, J.D. Vance, or even the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, or the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, we've heard condemnation not just coming in from the Trump administration, but also equally importantly, the US Congress that in unison has echoed the Indian sentiment that terrorism and talks cannot go hand in hand. I now take that with Ayushman Jamwal, who's joining me from the newsroom. Ayushman, to put this into context, yes, the US VP is asking for de-escalation. The US is not going to get into a fight or a tussle between India and Pakistan, but that also gives India that free hand to end terror emanating from Pak soil.
Right. And Akanksha, when we look at the statements that have come in from the State Department, from Marco Rubio, he's given the diplomat's response. But J.D. Vance always gives the MAGA response, the political response. Now, and for the longest time, Donald Trump's entire pitch has been that he needs a great deal when it comes to dealing with any other country. That means that if America is giving support to any country, it needs something from that country. And when it comes to Pakistan, like we saw with Ukraine as well, Donald Trump feels that the fact that terror continues to emanate from Pakistan, the fact that its fingerprints have been found in several terror attacks across the globe, it's not great to financially support Pakistan and even strategically support Pakistan. At the same time, Pakistan in the corner of China is also something that Donald Trump sees as an adversarial relationship between the entire bloc of Pakistan and China, especially given the fact that China has multiple strategic investments now inside Pakistan. So on the geopolitical chessboard, Donald Trump has made it very clear that he wants some concession, some active action from Pakistan if it needs to continue to sustain its relationship with Pakistan. And J.D. Vance has given the most emphatic MAGA view that any conflict between two other countries is not the business of the United States. Once again, the very insular approach coming in in from the MAGA base, a very insular approach coming into geopolitics. That has been Donald Trump's mantra when he was campaigning for the elections as well. While he said that he wants to be a peacemaker, at the same time he has said this is not our business, America first is the doctrine of the Trump presidency. And J.D. Vance just echoing that term, that this is between India and Pakistan. The United States will always want de-escalation. The United States wants the dismantling of terror camps. That is the pitch of the Trump administration, but we are not involved in this. This is something that India and Pakistan have to work out. And that's a huge booster on the geopolitical front when it comes to India, because America, if you look at the history, has been siding with Pakistan when it comes to several flashpoints between India and Pakistan, especially when India was promoting its nuclear program as well. The sanctions that we faced under Atal Bihari Vajpayee, that is something that India has been very wary of. But the ideological resonance between the Modi government and the Trump administration has also played out on the geopolitical stage, where India now has a free hand to deal with Pakistan the way it sees fit.
To put it in a more geopolitical context, or rather take it forward as you've been highlighting, Ayushman, there are a lot of hopes right now that the United States may help in de-escalating the tensions, considering Pakistan has not chosen to de-escalate any further. Will this kind of language that's coming out from Washington have any impact at the moment, that too at a time when Marco Rubio has been maintaining touch?
Right. So I don't think it will have a direct impact on Pakistan de-escalating any tensions with India, given the fact that now Pakistan is pretty much fighting for its life when it comes to the situation with India. India has proven its technological edge over Pakistan. India has proven that it can strike deep in Pakistani territory, be it Islamabad, Rawalpindi, as well as Lahore. So all the United States can do is ask for de-escalation. The United States can pitch to the Modi government to de-escalate tensions. But for Pakistan, it's a matter of life and death. And now the internal turmoil is, in my opinion, the only thing that can push Pakistan into easing down any kind of military stance it takes against India. We just heard that the Baloch Liberation Army recently took over 100 gas fields that were in control of the Pakistan government. We are also seeing that how political turmoil is also rocking the Shehbaz Sharif regime, given the fact that several of his coalition partners are also speaking out, not just against him, but even against Asim Munir. We've seen, we just reported what the PTI is talking about when it comes to the situation
I think we'll
inside
have to
Pakistan.
leave it at that. Sorry to interrupt you there, Ayushman, because we are getting in some more breaking inputs. This is with regards to what's happening in Kashmir right now. In fact, what we are learning is that Pakistan Rangers have resorted to unprovoked cross-border firing along the international border in the Samba district. And BSF, in fact, as we are learning, is retaliating effectively. Remember, it was just a while ago that we also learned that the border security force had also foiled an infiltration attempt in Samba at the international border. And what we can tell you now is that the Pakistan Rangers have resorted to unprovoked cross-border firing yet again. This is along the international border in Samba. And in fact, to go by what the BSF in Jammu has had to say on platform X, they're saying that the incident, as far as the foiling of the infiltration attempt is concerned, it took place around 11 p.m. on 8th of May. Alert troops deployed in the region have acted swiftly to prevent unidentified individuals from reaching the border. So if one were to join the dots, if there has been the foiling of this infiltration attempt that's been taking place in Samba, soon after, what we are learning is that Pakistan Rangers have resorted to unprovoked cross-border firing along the international border. Did that follow after this infiltration bid was foiled by the BSF? Clearly, what we are learning is that the BSF is, of course, in a highly alert posture, and they are serving a befitting response to all of those attacks that are taking place along the international border by Pakistan. And so India has given a befitting response to Pakistan's misadventure, highlighting its technological edge over Pakistan. Let's also listen in to some more experts who've been joining in on CNN News 18's live and rolling coverage.
Indian security forces must today congratulate themselves. The military must congratulate itself. I know it's very early and one should never, ever tempt fate. Never, ever tempt fate. This is serious business we are talking about, viewers. But this will have a blow on the psyche, would it not? This would have a blow on the psyche.
Yeah, it is going to totally affect the Pakistani public, because actually this entire operation is now being led by a very radical chief, that is Asim Munir, who is aligned his thought process with the terrorist radical ideology, and this attempt for them to actually gain some degree of traction and image building exercise which has been done through these attacks has totally been blunted and will take a major hit, and therefore possibly he'll be pushed to a corner by his own system to respond to a different manner. I think it's a great success for our AD systems, which has actually taken this thing down. And I must compliment really that in sync with the indigenous system, which is called Akash, and the S-400, which is the Russian system that it brought, these two have worked in sync to actually do the job.
Well, you know, I'm still not going to, look, till the Indian military doesn't confirm, I'm not going to jump to any conclusions. So let's just park that thought. There are indications that something big has happened, but we're not going to jump to it. General also is with us. We're being told that General Dhillon is also still with us. And I'm going to bring him in now. General Dhillon, if you could very quickly sum up now what we're seeing on our screens. Sushant Sareen, I'll also bring you into this. What are we actually seeing here? Are we seeing an inevitable escalation of this into perhaps a wider conflict that is now going to engage different parts of the border? Is this going to be perhaps the new normal for the next few days? What is exactly now expected?
Rahul, as you have just confirmed, if Pakistani fighter jets have been shot down, that means use of manned aircrafts. And crossing the international boundary with the manned aircrafts is definitely a declaration of war. Not that we had any doubt in when the missiles are crossing the international boundary, but this is a conventional way of looking at war. Manned aircrafts, fighter jets crossing the international boundary with an intent to damage the civilian or military installations.
Let me just say that I'm not going to accept that till the Indian government confirms. The Pakistanis, you know how they are. They can say whatever they want to, and we don't even know who there is planting what news. So let's just keep that aside.
Okay, we'll leave that aside.
Yes. Yeah.
We'll leave that aside.
Yeah.
The mere escalation, as Jal Bakshi has said and Jal Pandey has also clarified this, now it has gone to the next level. And there is no way that India should not retaliate now or should not take it to the next level, because now is the time when the war stamina petering out of Pakistan will come into play. Pakistan's economy dithering will come into play. Pakistan's stocks of major equipment going down will come into play. And as and when it happens, this is where the victory will be declared. So we should not hold our horses now. We must take it to the next level as a response to what Pakistan has done so far. He has crossed the limit and we should not. And now we know that his war fighting stamina is way below us. And we must capitalize on our strength, military strength, diplomatic, politically, economic strength, we all know. And we must hit targets in Punjab, because that is where it is going to hurt. Because for them, like Jal Pandey was saying, that terrorists are dispensable for them. I think for a Punjabi, Pakistani, Musliman dominated Pakistan army, even Sindhis and Baluchis and Pashtuns and Kashmiris and Baltis are also dispensable. So we must hit at the heart, and that is where the pinch will be felt.
So what we are now seeing, Sushant Sareen, is conflict by another name. We may not formally call it that, but we're in that zone now. Sushant Sareen, can you hear me? I think you're on mute, Sushant Sareen. You might be on mute. Yeah.
I know. I'm sorry, because I was just doing I'm doing multitasking right now. So look, let's be very clear about one thing, Rahul. What the Pakistanis tried yesterday was to hit Indian military installations. Okay? That they failed is not an excuse. But our response was also to only target military installations. Now the Pakistanis they are such bloody liars. This whole bloody community and this whole goddamn place is a bunch of liars. This whole country has come up because of a lie. So they claim that no, we didn't do anything. Because their attack failed, they claim we didn't do anything, right? That's what that ISPR fellow whose father was a great nuclear scientist trying to take out electricity out of jinns. That fellow's son is now their ISPR chief, and remember, he's also a 3-star general. Look at the kind of guys they make 3-star generals. Anyways, but the point is that these fellows, they've lied. Okay, now we hit back. Our response was slightly proportionate in the sense because they didn't really cause any damage. But I think once they've gone up the ladder, I think our response has to be overwhelming now. Very clearly, right now, from what we are hearing is that only the area around Jammu is being targeted. Akhnur, Jammu, that belt. There is some reports that maybe Pathankot has also been, they tried to target Pathankot, or at least there's been they've tried to activate the terrorists in Pathankot and other parts. There are some reports, none of these are confirmed. Anyways, I think we'll take care of that. But I think you have to go up because they have already opened up the space for attacking military targets in Pakistan. Now, what is the great restraint? That I will only attack air defense targets and I will not attack the ISI headquarters in Appara or the core headquarters in Lahore. Why not? Now that you opened this up, then everything is up for attacking. The GHQ in Rawalpindi is up for attacking. Right? Now, if they want to go down that road, then I think we should not be holding back to go down that road.
Okay.
Because quite clearly, they have to step back and they have to start dismantling the infrastructure of terrorism. I think we have had enough. I think the government of India has made it clear multiple times. We don't want an escalation, but if you escalate, we will hit back. We will not hold back. We will hit back. Number one. Number two, we don't want to go into a kind of a war, but if this is what you are going to try and impose on us, we are going to come after you. I think that message is very clearly delivered. Now, the generals in Pakistan have to decide, is their survival more important than their country's survival? I think it's a very simple question for Pakistan and Pakistanis, maybe not for the Pakistan army, because, once they back out, they tend to lose their privileged position. And I think that is the biggest stumbling block from, them taking an off-ramp. And we need to be very clear about it. No face saving has to be given to these lowlifes. No face saving has to be given to these terror sympathizers, and they have come out openly in their sympathy for terrorists. And I have been pilloried for saying there is no difference between the Pakistani state and the Pakistani society. And we have seen evidence of that, how not a single Pakistani has said what the Indians targeted were terrorists.
Okay.
These are some innocent people. How are these innocent people living in Muridke in these terrorist training camps? Or
I think that is well settled. I think that is well settled. We don't need an excuse now, not after this, do we, Wing Commander? Abhishek Matiman is joining us. Wing Commander, what are we seeing here, and how do you see the Indian response now? Look, I don't know, but if you have to go and escalate, you have to go a step above what they are doing on the escalation ladder. We'll have to obviously take out some important, perhaps brigade headquarters. There are many options. So what will we deploy to do this? What can be done?
At the outset, Rahul, I must apologize for a late entry. Actually, I was busy referring to combat manuals and international conventions that define war.
Okay.
So let me congratulate all my countrymen. The Porkies have finally taken the bait. I strongly feel what we see right now in front of us is the beginning of the end of a state called Pakistan. Whatever the thresholds be and whatever the definitions, they have crossed all limits by all boundaries. We have been testing them. We have tested in the last 2 days their offensive as well as defensive capabilities, and thereafter we see we have been convinced that our capabilities, this has been repeatedly discussed on panels in the last 2 days, our capabilities, be it defense or offense, have proved far greater and much more efficient than the Pakistanis.
The situation, the tensions between these two nuclear-powered countries, India and Pakistan, is escalating. Is that true?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me on the CNN. When you talk of tensions and when you talk of escalation, what I would say is that the original escalation or the original breakout of tension happened on 22nd of April, when you had 4 terrorists backed by Pakistan carried out killings, brutal killings, subhuman, monstrous kind of killings of 26 civilians.
Indian civilians.
25 of them Indian nationals, 1 of them Nepali national. And the brutality of the killings, they essentially killed them in front of their innocent wives, in front of their innocent children. They gave them headshots, and they did so on the basis of religion. So they killed all non-Muslims who were there in the group. They identified their religion, and then they went on to proceed to kill them. So what we did the day before yesterday was essentially our response to terror, our response to these subhuman...
when you say what you did yesterday, meaning the escalation in the military response.
As I said, the original escalation was on 22nd of April. And when that happened, we had clearly said that, we are a responsible country. We will have a very measured, calibrated, proportionate, responsible response. And that's what we did day before yesterday. What we did was we took out the terror factories at 9 locations in Pakistan and in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Took them out where they trained them, they equipped them, they armed them, they organized them. Those are the facilities which we took out. We were very careful in excluding the military establishment, the socialist structures, and economic infrastructure. We were very, very cautious, careful in keeping our targets only to those people and their backers who carried out these dastardly killings on the 22nd.
What can you tell us, Mr. Ambassador, about these explosions that are now being heard in the Indian-administered parts of Kashmir?
Yeah. First of all, I'm sorry, but let me correct you that the entire Jammu and Kashmir is a integral and inalienable part of India, and I think the only issue to be resolved there is the return of the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, which is there. We have been hearing reports of some activity of this kind. We don't have the operational details relating to that. But again, what these show is that what it shows the world, what it shows us, what it shows everybody is that Pakistan has again decided to stand with the terrorist. Rather than take action against them, they are essentially lending them support. We wouldn't be surprised if they are themselves involved in this, but that's what is the message which they are telling the world, that we are with terrorists, we are not with the rest of the civilized world, rest of the humanity, and our belief lies, and Pakistan's belief lies, in perpetrating these proxies of terror, killing, brutal killings of the innocent civilians.
And as you know, Pakistan has denied involvement. We will have the Pakistani ambassador later on today on CNN. But just bottom line, how would you describe the situation right now with Pakistan? Of course, India and Pakistan are 2 nuclear powers. Are you at war right now?
To your first point about Pakistan's denial, that has always been the first part of Pakistani strategy, denial and obfuscation. They have this unique characteristic where they assume responsibility of their past actions in future, not in the present moment. 9/11, where was Osama bin Laden found? World Trade Center bombings of 93, the perpetrator of that. Where was the killer of Daniel Pearl found? 26/11 Mumbai attacks, where American nationals also died. Where were those perpetrators found? And this is not me telling you this. This is a few days ago, the defense minister of Pakistan openly admitted this on the Sky News network that we have been supporting terrorism for last 30 years.
General Pandya, let me start with you first. I mean, as somebody who commanded the 15 Corps, make sense of this for our viewers, because over the last 4 hours, suddenly, at about 8:30 was my previous show, we started seeing these drones, these flares coming up over Jammu, and then suddenly there were reports of flares happening across Jalandhar, in Pathankot, in Chandigarh, and it went all the way down to Jaisalmer and Jodhpur in Rajasthan. So all along the Western Front, as it were, multiple reports of these drone swarms. What is the big picture here? What is it that Pakistan was trying to do? And of course, India's response to it.
So, there are conflicts or engagements are of level of signaling. I'll just take it, the bigger picture is that what each side is doing to other is important, and starts from what happened on 22nd April, wherein this Pahalgam incident happened, and thereafter the ball was on our court actually to respond in a manner so that it is also reflective of a very responsible nation, in which those words are very clear that it was zero escalatory when we hit out at the targets at the headquarters of the terrorist headquarters, which we are fully aware. But coming on to the last 4 hours, I can just very quickly wrap up by saying that there is a bouquet of engagement which has been put across, starting from small arms direct firing weapons to missiles, which are again short range direct firing systems, to rockets, which are again very short range. And they have raised up the level of ante to the crossing of drones, missiles, hitting out targets which are slightly into depth. So while we went out to Bahawalpur, the similar attempts to showcase a quid pro quo scenario to hit out at Jaisalmer and deep into our own Punjab, Rajasthan, and of course Jammu and Kashmir area was attempted by Pakistan, which was deflected and destroyed by our very effective, very well integrated, well oiled system. I'm quite proud because one has been practicing, rehearsing and seeing all these things. I used to always have a doubt in my mind that when the time comes, will they be able to respond? But I guess coming in of Akash and also coming in of S-400 has to change the entire paradigm into our advantage, which has ensured that we have been able to take care of our airspace, which was always a very big gap in our system. So that is one part. The second is that the levers continue to remain below that very critical threshold, which will become the point of no return when the boots on the ground cross the borders. So we have to actually now see that where this calculation of the Pakistani, that radical chief is going to take over, and how far is willing to take his country on the downslide manner. Because right now, we as a nation are giving Pakistani as a nation a chance and option to opt out from the de-escalation scenario, right? It is very clear. Again, I started by saying that it is a signaling not only to Pakistani people, but also to the world at large, that we as a nation, a responsible nation, we have a leverage to control this thing, and there is a civilian government in place, and therefore we need to manage and articulate our responses
one
very
interesting
carefully.
thing, compared to previous, let's say, wars and, the situations, the flare-ups, the conflicts that India and Pakistan have had, and General Iyer, I think, is there. General Iyer, this is the first time we're seeing this drone warfare play out at such mass scale. We've seen this in other sort of theaters of conflict. We've seen it definitely in Ukraine. We've seen it to some extent in Gaza as well. This is the reality of modern day warfare, that you're going to have these swarms of drones first being put out before, the aircraft and the other rockets and missiles are being put out. And then, of course, as General Pandey here said in our studios, the final step, of course, would be when your tanks and your armored divisions and your men start moving. Are we still at stage 1, maybe stage 1.5 in what looks like a long escalatory battle?
To answer your question, yes.
because the cost of a swarm of drone is a fraction of a cost of a, let's say, aircraft of the 4.5 generation capacities.
Yeah.
Add to it the pilot, which is also involved with it. So when you look at a drone as a weapon, it is much more cost effective than an aircraft. That is point one. Point two, a swarm of drone is very difficult to pick up on radars because it gives you a very, very small signature. So if you saw the way Jammu erupted in the morning and you were seeing all those flashes running around, they were our guns firing. We fire a tracer after every 5 or 6 rounds, we fire a tracer along with it to see where our fire is going. It is very difficult to locate and follow a swarm of drone and decimate them. So to that extent, the way our AD has performed today is, I can just say it's marvelous. It was something which was biting me throughout my service life as to whether, we don't have very state-of-the-art ground AD equipment. Let me tell you this, all our AD is, we call it a little antiquated if you were to say, but they have performed absolutely marvelous, I can say, the way they have been able to, intercept these swarms. That's the second point. The third point, I'd like to elaborate on something which Devendra just said. And, let's go back to 5th of May. There was a statement made by the DG ISPR in one of his, daily discourse.
Yeah.
He says if India wants to go adventurous, they may start the conflict, but we will, end it at our terms, etc., etc. When you are not the strong person, when you are aware that there's going to be a response, to make such, big statements is something which is going to force you to, think where you're going to off-ramp. To my mind, 7th morning, there was a very, very clear window for Pakistan to off-ramp. Why do I say that? We had achieved everything. We had put out a statement that India doesn't want to escalate any further. And but I was in your show when we were repeatedly emphasizing on this point. Somewhere Pakistan had managed to convey to his audience that they had downed 3 Rafales and 2 more aircrafts of ours. They had made statements in their parliament. By and large, if at that time sensible guy was there, and I again agree with General Pandey, because the person at the helm over there is a radical guy. He doesn't realize what implies, taking Pakistan to war.
Yeah.
That was a very clear window, and I think India was very sensible not to comment on this repeated claim of 5, Indian aircrafts being down. We kept quiet, gave him an exit window, and I felt that yesterday evening they will, use that and go out. Possibly we would have been in the end of this scenario right now with both sides, quite happy with what they have achieved, because let me tell you, these 9 hits which we have achieved is something we could never think of. Especially in my 39 years of service, I never could think of, hitting from Bahalpur right up to Kotli.
Yeah.
It is a huge swath that we have engaged and engaged precisely.
Okay,
So,
General, give me a moment. Tajinder is also joining us. He's joining us live from Srinagar. Tajinder, so what's the update across the state? And I specifically also want to know about Jammu because you're from there. It started about 8:30 in the evening today. Are we now approaching a stage where things are beginning to get back to normal? For example, in Jalandhar, Chandigarh, etc., I think the lights are coming back on. But where you are, it seems like the blackout is still on. Very much so.
Yes, sir. Yes, Zaka. I'm in Baramulla right now, and this place is it is under a complete blackout right now, Zaka. I can hear the artillery shells that are being fired from the Pakistan side, though my location is at a safer distance from Uri, where the firing is going on. Pakistan has been violating the ceasefire, and what we have come to know that a civilian, a woman, has been killed in Uri sector because of the continuous ceasefire violation from the Pakistan side. As far as Jammu is concerned, as you mentioned that in Jammu, the electricity has been restored, the blackout is over, and it seems that the attack from the Pakistan side, which has been completely foiled by our defense forces, life is slowly limping back to normalcy in Jammu, though people have been advised to remain cautious, remain indoor, and ensure that no rumors are spread. All the projectiles that were fired from the Pakistan side on the vital military installations in Jammu region were destroyed by our air defense mechanism. So no damage in Jammu, but yes, heavy ceasefire violation is being reported from Rajouri, Poonch, Kathua, Samba, where the Indian Armed Forces, the Border Security Force also is giving a befitting response to Pakistan. As far as the situation on the line of control in Kashmir is concerned, right now, heavy firing is going on. The Pakistan side is using artillery shells to target the civilian population in Uri. One woman has been killed, several have been injured, and the people in the line of fire are being evacuated right now. I just had a word with senior officials. They are saying that the LG administration is keeping a thorough eye on all the activities that are happening, and the officers have been advised, rather the police has been advised to provide immediate relief to people who are affected because of this ceasefire violation. Earlier during the day, the Director General of Jammu and Kashmir Police, Nalin Prabhat, was in Uri. If you remember, Zaka, in Uri in Kashmir is the most affected area because of the ceasefire violation from the Pakistan side. Several houses have been destroyed by the Pakistani shelling. So right now, the situation, though in Jammu, has returned to normal, but on the line of control, it continues to be tense, and the Indian Armed Forces are giving a befitting response to the Pakistani aggression. Yes, Zaka.
All right, Tejinder, thank you so much, and you take care. You're in Baramulla, where it's not just the threat of drones. There is, of course, the live firing of artillery shells that's happening. So thank you very much for joining us with that live update. Let's try and go back to our guest, if Sushant is still there. Sushant Sareen, you know, again, make sense of the big picture for our viewers. Are we now locked in this escalatory chain where each side is going up one rung, and either it ends, each of those rungs ends either in a stalemate or in escalation dominance? How far up do both sides go?
You can go all the way to a full-fledged war. You know, if nobody is ready to take an off-ramp, and frankly, as of now, let's see, you know, for example, if the Saudis have come, they have equities with both India and Pakistan. Will they be able to exercise those equities? I think from the Indian side, it's very clear. We were never interested in escalating, but if the Pakistanis are going to escalate, then we will hit back. Now, what are the Pakistanis going to say? Now, we are saying that we are fighting a war against terrorists. We have only targeted terrorists. What have the Pakistanis done? They've targeted the Indian armed forces, the Indian military. They've targeted us. So we are going to hit back. Do the Pakistanis get an off-ramp? And will they be forced to take one? And then what happens to their regime? And Zaka, I think this is a critical point. In Pakistan, it becomes a question of regime survival, not just of Asim Munir, but also of his chaprasi, the so-called Prime Minister of Pakistan. The man was brought into office by Asim Munir. He depends on the crutches of Asim Munir. Anybody who replaces Asim Munir will probably give a kick to Shahbaz Sharif. So the heads of both those fellows are linked to each other, right? They're Siamese twins in a sense. They cannot be separated. And if you separate them, they both will die. So it's their survival. And for their survival, they're ready to put Pakistan's future at stake. Now, the question is, can the Saudis, for example, give... And please remember, Asim Munir, because he has served in Saudi Arabia, I believe as a defense attaché, understands Arabic, speaks it well, has some contacts in the Saudi system. He used to think that he is somebody who can do a lot of work with the Saudis because he knows many people out there. Question now is, can the Saudis exercise their influence on Asim Munir and tell him to back off? And they have a lot of leverages, not just the Pakistani diaspora, but they have leverages in terms of the amounts of money they give to the Pakistani.
Correct.
And if they threaten to turn off the tap, you know, Pakistan is in deep trouble. Will the Saudis use those leverages? Again, with India, for example, they will ask us to de-escalate, but I think we are very clear that if the Pakistanis back off, we'll also de-escalate. Otherwise, no, there is no way out. Please also remember, MBS, the gentleman who's come now to both India and Pakistan, does represent MBS. He doesn't represent anybody else.
Of course.
In Saudi Arabia, MBS is the boss, right? And he's a guy who is in many ways a visionary, who's trying to forge a new future for Saudi Arabia. who's not really interested in these kind of wars. And there are some major developmental and other projects that he is envisaging with India. So does he want this whole region to start blowing up? I'm not so sure. Then there is the Americans. But the Americans seem to have taken a hands-off approach, right? They have enormous influence if they want to wield it. For example, just tomorrow, the Pakistani IMF package is coming up for renewal. The Americans can very easily hold that out and say that, look, unless you are backing down, no monies are coming to you, because much of that money you use for building up your military and creating trouble in the region. So there are people who have leverages, but are they going to bring those leverages in? And if they don't, then we are in this escalation spiral, and I don't see what the incentive for either side is to back off.
The situation, the tensions between these two nuclear-powered countries, India and Pakistan, is escalating. Is that true?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me on the CNN. When you talk of tensions and when you talk of escalation, what I would say is that the original escalation or the original breakout of tension happened on 22nd of April, when you had 4 terrorists backed by Pakistan carried out killings, brutal killings, subhuman, monstrous kind of killings of 26 civilians.
Indian civilians.
25 of them Indian nationals, 1 of them Nepali national. And the brutality of the killings, they essentially killed them in front of their innocent wives, in front of their innocent children. They gave them headshots, and they did so on the basis of religion. So they killed all non-Muslims who were there in the group. They identified their religion, and then they went on to proceed to kill them. So what we did day before yesterday was essentially our response to terror, our response to these subhuman...
when you say what you did yesterday, meaning the escalation in the military response.
As I said, the original escalation was on 22nd of April. And when that happened, we had clearly said that, we are a responsible country. We will have a very measured, calibrated, proportionate, responsible response. And that's what we did day before yesterday. What we did was we took out the terror factories at 9 locations in Pakistan and in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Took them out where they trained them, they cooked them, they armed them, they organized them. Those are the facilities which we took out. We were very careful in excluding the military establishment, the social structures, and economic infrastructure. We were very, very cautious, careful in keeping our targets only to those people and their backers who carried out these dastardly killings on the 22nd.
What can you tell us, Mr. Ambassador, about these explosions that are now being heard in the Indian-administered parts of Kashmir?
Yeah. First of all, I'm sorry, but let me correct you that the entire Jammu and Kashmir is a integral and inalienable part of India, and I think the only issue to be resolved there is the return of the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, which is there. We have been hearing reports of some activity of this kind. We don't have the operational details relating to that. But again, what these show is that what it shows the world, what it shows us, what it shows everybody is that Pakistan has again decided to stand with the terrorist. Rather than take action against them, they are essentially lending them support. We wouldn't be surprised if they are themselves involved in this, but that's what is the message which they are telling the world, that we are with terrorists, we are not with the rest of the civilized world, rest of the humanity, and our belief lies, and Pakistan's belief lies, in perpetrating these proxies of terror, killing, brutal killings of the innocent civilians.
And as you know, Pakistan has denied involvement. We will have the Pakistani ambassador later on today on CNN. But just bottom line, how would you describe the situation right now with Pakistan? Of course, India and Pakistan are 2 nuclear powers. Are you at war right now?
To your first point about Pakistan's denial, that has always been the first part of Pakistani strategy, denial and obfuscation. you could, and they have this unique characteristic where they assume responsibility of their past actions in future, not in the present moment. 9/11, where was Osama bin Laden found? World Trade Center bombings of 93, the perpetrator of that. Where was the killer of Daniel Pearl found? 26/11 Mumbai attacks, where American nationals also died. Where were those perpetrators found? And this is not me telling you this. This is the few days ago, the defense minister of Pakistan openly admitted this on the Sky News network, that we have been supporting terrorism for the last 30 years.
There's already been an escalation, and instead of choosing that off-ramp, the choice that Pakistan very much had, it chose not to do so and has escalated by, in fact, attacking military installations of India in Udhampur, even Jammu and Pathankot as well. And if we are to talk about this escalation, India, in fact, has also delivered a befitting response by not just managing to shoot down all of those missiles and drones that were diverted towards India, but it has, in fact, gone inside Pakistan's territory and attacked city like Lahore. We've gone inside the heart of Pakistan to attack Lahore. And it was a very well thought out strategy, if I were to put this out for you. Because remember, India first attacked and crippled Lahore by attacking their air defense system. And once that happened, India went back again because the retaliation from Pakistan's side was continuing, and we attacked Lahore a second time. So clearly, Islamabad has been taught a lesson today, and as Zaka was also highlighting, Pakistan is going to be weighing in on options that they have. Is this going to lead to a further escalation? And in fact, let me quickly bring in my guests who are joining me live on the broadcast as we speak. Lieutenant General S. Harimohan Iyer, former Chief of Staff, Northern Command of the Indian Army, continues to stay with us. Sir, thank you for joining in. I think the big question that everybody who will be tuning into this coverage is going to be, which way does Pakistan want to take this now, given that we've already brought down their F-16, we've gone all the way into Lahore, and I think today India has proven that we have the military prowess that Islamabad doesn't have.
If I was to break down what Pakistan has done till now, when the thing happened in Pahalgam on 22nd of last month, within the next 6 days, Pakistan moved what they call as precautionary forces to all his vulnerable areas. Prime thing, he was telling India that you can't come and capture anything from the line, that you are sitting in your homes. It used to be some of our old doctrines, and Pakistan possibly felt that we are going to follow that doctrine. Having done that, he was expecting India to go for something like maybe a surgical strike or a Balakot, possibly something in the same level of what we did in the last 2 times. And he thought that he will retaliate in the same manner as he did earlier, try and show that our hits were not good enough, and try and convince his own population that what he's been able to achieve is superior to what has been given back to him, exit this whole thing at a level of superiority and keep the Fauj as the main savior of Pakistan. Now, what happened afterwards? The first thing he did not calibrate was that India would go and, put the Indus Water Treaty on a bench. Now, that is something India has never done in the last 60 years, even when we have fought 3 major wars with him. So that was a very major miscalculation as I look at it. And he still has not understood the implications, because the kharif, which has to be sown very soon, is going to face problems. So that is one thing he's not factored in. He did not factor the kind of diplomatic push that India today enjoys. He thought that possibly China and other countries that he has, a little bit of favor with, they will come to his rescue and, push India down. Actually, they were expecting much more
when you talk about the diplomatic push, I think it's very important to talk about how India is trying to turn the tide in its favor, and especially conventional allies to Pakistan today are turning their back. I'm going to bring you in on that point. Stay with me, hold on to those thoughts, sir. I also have Anshul, who's joining us live on the broadcast. In fact, he's joining me live from Pathankot as we speak. Anshul, give us a sense of what's happening, because Pathankot, remember, is one of those critical places in India where the army installations have been attacked, and that clearly indicates a direct escalation from Pakistan's end. Having said that, blackout sirens have raided the air. What is ground zero situation?
Well, at this point in time, the entire ground situation is absolutely peaceful. The cheap missiles or the projectiles that were thrown in from the side of Pakistan,
Good to know.
all of them were throttled out here in Pathankot as well. And at this point in time, I'll just ask my video journalist Sumi Jagori to show you around in the visuals over here. We are trying to make sure that we do not switch on the lights even of the camera. So I'm not very sure as to what our viewers might be seeing on their screens right now. But this is the current situation in Pathankot. Absolutely pitch black, absolutely silent. There are absolutely no noises, no noise that can be heard over here at this point in time. So definitely the situation over here has gotten back in control. People who were initially a bit jittery after the manner in which the Pakistan had thrown these cheap projectiles towards our country, now at this point in time, each and every person of Pathankot and in fact across the country now knows that they can sleep peacefully, because our armed forces are vigilant and they have already started taking revenge.
Namaste, Jai Hind, and good early morning to all our viewers here at CNN News 18, and thank you for staying with us in our continuous and rolling coverage of what's transpired post Pahalgam massacre on the 22nd of April, Bharat's calibrated response on decimating the terror infrastructure from where originated the perpetrators of Pahalgam. 9 locations were targeted as part of Operation Sindoor, and what Pakistan has done is respond militarily to a counter-terror strike. That's what it's done, and Pakistan has tried repeatedly to try and attack military installations across 15 cities of Bharat. They failed the first time. Late last evening, that is on the 8th, when they tried yet another attempt, this time quite hot in Jammu and Kashmir towards Punjab and also parts of Gujarat and Rajasthan. Similar installations, that's where they tried to make these attempts, and they were again pushed back. They were foiled by the integrated air defense systems that include the MR-SAMs and the S-400s and Akash. The integrated air defense system has come good again. Not a single target was hurt. Also reports where an F-16 may have been downed by the Indian forces. So Pakistan suffering reversals after reversals, and more importantly, embarrassment heaped on General Asim Munir. Thrice, it's a hat-trick of embarrassments, a hat-trick of reversals. And there will be huge amount of pressure on the Pak military general, who's tried to spew venom ahead of the Pahalgam terror attacks, that his position itself becomes untenable as the Pak Army Chief. Let's take you through the developments at 5 a.m. this morning. Amid escalating India-Pak tensions, the PTI leadership now fears for former Prime Minister Imran Khan's life. PTI is afraid that missiles or drones will come to Adiala jail and Imran Khan's life will be harmed under the pretext of war. Pakistan, meanwhile, remains spooked after Bharat strikes terror hotbeds. After Pakistan escalated the attack against Bharat, top sources say that the Indian drones have been spotted hovering over Bahawalpur. The PCB has confirmed moving out the remaining fixtures of the Pakistan Super League to the UAE. The last 8 fixtures previously scheduled to take place in Rawalpindi, Multan and Lahore will now be staged in the UAE. Intel sources meanwhile say that the move comes after drone attacks near Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium.
United States Vice President J.D. Vance has conveyed a message to Pakistan. Vance has very clearly said that the India-Pak tussle is not the business of the United States, but added that de-escalation was the need of the hour. He further added that the United States will not get involved in the middle of a war. Pakistani Rangers have resorted to unprovoked shelling, cross-border firing along the international border in the Samba sector. BSF is retaliating effectively. Indian ambassador to the United States, Vinay Mohan Kwatra, has said that the Indian strikes in Pakistan were only aimed at terror hotbeds, and Pakistani military's retaliation is being seen by India as an act of protecting terrorists, prompting further Indian strikes. We've just got news coming through. Pak Rangers have resorted to unprovoked cross-border firing along the international border in the Samba sector. BSF is retaliating effectively. We are also getting latest visuals from Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch, where Pakistan has violated ceasefire along the line of control. Anshul Singh joining us live from Pathankot. Anshul, good morning. It's been a long night. And our thoughts and prayers with our brave hearts and also the locals, the residents of these regions along the international border and also the line of control. Bharat stands in solidarity with all of them. Where are you right now? You've been on the move right through these areas where there has been shelling or there has been counter mechanisms employed by Bharatiya forces to try and dissuade Pakistan from any kind of military success as they target some military establishments very close to civilian areas in these regions. So right now, are the guns still talking? Can you hear sounds around you, or is there a little bit of a quiet? What has happened in Poonch? What has happened in Pathankot? What has happened in Samba?
Well, yes, over the last 3 to 4 hours, there was absolute silence that was over here in Pathankot. But over the last half an hour, what I can confirm is that there were loud noises that came in at least 10 times over the last half an hour, and then there were eventually I also saw a projectile in the sky as well. But definitely somewhere or the other, it is seeming like that Pakistan is still not letting go. They are still trying to attack India before the dawn breaks, trying to just make sure that even one of their projectiles that could land in India, so that they could do some face-saving measures. But out here, our forces are absolutely vigilant, not only on the borders but also inside this district of Pathankot. There is heavy security that has been deployed to make sure that there is calm that prevails amongst the people over here, people who have been residing in Pathankot since last night. Initially, when the projectiles were actually left from the side of Pakistan at approximately 8:30 p.m. Last night. Since then, there has been a continuous blackout over here in Pathankot and in adjoining areas such as Jalandhar and Amritsar as well. And till now over here, specifically in Pathankot, the blackout is maintained. It is expected that once the dawn breaks, then the blackout will be taken back, and then eventually electricity would be restored in this entire district. But yes, I'll just try and show you in the visuals over here. The morning the sun is just coming out, the dawn is just breaking, and probably the last attempts that could have been made from the side of the enemy to actually catch India off guard. But definitely, yet again, our armed forces and our air defense system has yet again proven to be a wall that is almost becoming impossible for these Pakistani cheap missiles to breach at this point in time.
Well, Anshul, stay on with us, and great job done. The News 18 team across the network has been working tirelessly to bring to our viewers authentic, verified, clear news, no conjectures and no assumptions at all. Tejinder Sodhi now joining us. Tejinder, the Pakistan military has tried to hurt civilians repeatedly. It has also targeted military establishments for a counter-terror strike. It all started with Pahalgam massacre. Pak-backed terrorists effected that massacre. Bharat only neutralized terror infrastructure. The entire Pakistan military has stood with terrorists, and they are attacking Bharatiya military targets and also civilian areas. What's the latest now at the break of dawn?
Indeed, Anand, you rightly pointed out that India Pakistan has been relentlessly trying its best to target the civilian and the military installations, but their efforts to target our positions were foiled by our defense mechanism last night when Pakistan tried to send in projectiles, drones to hit the targets within Jammu in several places across Rajouri, in Poonch. But those efforts were foiled by our security forces, by our defense establishment. Now, Anand, Pakistan, those cowards in uniform on the other side of the line of control, they have been targeting the civilian population. Heavy exchange of firing is still going on in along the line of control in Uri, in Karna, Keren, Rajouri, Poonch. These are the places where Pakistan has resorted to unprovoked ceasefire violations. There are also reports of cross-border firing in areas like Samba, where the border security force is retaliating as if you remember on even last night at around 11, the border security force foiled a major infiltration bid from the Pakistan side, wherein Pakistan tried to push in terrorists into the Indian side. So Pakistan is desperate at a time when Pakistan is trying. Yes, Anand.
Right. Tejinder, great job done, and I know there has been continuous work, and stay safe. These are people who are in the line of fire in that region. Almost all of Jammu, all of large portions of Kashmir, large portions of Punjab have seen overnight blackouts. There are portions in Rajasthan and Gujarat also, districts, cities that have been in blackout. Even in and around the national capital, there has been a state of preparedness. Viewers, we are all in it together. Let's keep our brave hearts. Let's keep people who are closest to the line of these cowardly military strikes by the Pakistan army in our thoughts and prayers as we continue with this coverage. Moving on quickly, we'll go back to our reporters in a bit. But we've got more news coming through in a CNN News 18 exclusive. We're learning that Pakistan Defense Minister has threatened Bharat yet again, saying that if not for talks, then it will be for the guns. Top intelligence sources have informed that they see this as a sign of desperation. In fact, Khwaja Asif appears to be afraid of his constituency in Sialkot, where he will lose if there is a potential war that breaks out, and he doesn't want to lose in any case. It's more about the politicians being absolutely clueless about what their army is doing. One, he's been caught lying brazenly on international media, and now this entire bluster and braggadocio coming at a time when Sialkot has seen some solid pummeling by Bharatiya forces. Now, however, this threat will not work, and the Pakistanis have to understand that Bharat's war is against Pak originating terror and terror groups. It's not with the state of Pakistan, the military of Pakistan, or the general population of Pakistan. This is something that Ambassador Kawatra, that Ambassador Doraiswamy, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri have repeatedly said this. This has been Bharat's official position. The idea is purely to give justice to the families whose loved ones were singled out and killed in cold blood, murdered in cold blood because they were not Muslim. And this was done by Pak-backed terrorists, and that's the reason why Bharat effected Operation Sindoor. This is a message clearly, and if Pakistan continues to go down this line, they become officially state backers of terror and terror groups. And Pakistan should be deemed then a terror state Pakistan. That's where the direction is that the Pakistan polity and Pakistan military is taking them to. Let's listen into what Khwaja Asif is saying.
डायरेक्ट टॉक्स नहीं होती इस वक्त हमारे एनएसएस की, हमारी गवर्नमेंट की और इंडिया की गवर्नमेंट की, और वो नहीं सुनते, तो फिर क्या अगली बात, अगर टेबल पे बात नहीं होती, तो क्या अगली बात बंदूक पे होगी, बंदूक के जरिए होगी?
जी बिल्कुल, that is the only option left to us.
दिनों में पाकिस्तान को फैसला करना होगा, घंटों में करना होगा, और we still have the luxury कि अच्छा एक दो हफ्ते और देख लेते हैं चीजें बने.
We do not have the luxury of waiting for days. मैंने plural इस्तेमाल किया. We do not have the luxury to wait. This patience will cost us. So we have to stop them right now in the tracks. कि ये चीज जो है एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं है। ये हमने 2-3 दिन देख लिया है कि डी एस्केलेशन की पॉसिबिलिटीज की जो उम्मीद लगाई थी, लेकिन ये डी एस्केलेट नहीं हो रहा। तो पाकिस्तान इज टेकिंग थिंग्स a bit a notch up now or further.
Akanksha with us on the phone line. Akanksha, Khwaja Asif sounds so desperate. He does not even know how to give his thoughts a spin to try and make it from coming from a position of strength. Clearly, he's found out.
You see the body language in the interview. He looks completely induress. Not to forget the fact that from disinformation, he's now resorting to desperation. When he's saying that this patience is going to cost us, only Khwaja Asif knows what the cost is going to be. And they're already paying for it. It's clearly a sign of desperation. One also knows that Sialkot, which has also been attacked by India, is his constituency. He will lose if the war breaks out, and he doesn't want to lose from his constituency. This threat is not going to work, and they are very much aware that Pakistan has to end terrorism, and this is India's war, Bharat's war against terrorism. And at the same time, we all know that Pakistan's economy is extremely vulnerable. We speak on a day when the IMF is going to be making that assessment of the additional funding, which is over $1 billion. As of December last year, Pakistan had surpassed its external debt, which was amounting to over $131 billion. So clearly, Anand, the question is, can Pakistan afford escalation? They have been given an off-ramp, not just by India, but the global consensus that is very much working in India's favor. The United States, as we all know, Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State, has been telling Pakistan to de-escalate. They have been consistently condemning terrorism emanating from Pak soil. They have also made it amply clear that they stand with India in its fight against terrorism. So Khwaja Asif is he's in fact embodying the kind of pressure that has been mounted on Pakistan at the moment.
Well, the other aspect is Khwaja Asif says we cannot afford for this to continue. Does that clearly show the desperation of the Pakistanis, that they have tried whatever in the last 3 days, but they cannot sustain it? The other thing is, he was brazenly lying when he said that the foreign ministers are in contact or the NSAs are in contact. This entire aspect of the Pakistan establishment saying the NSAs have been in contact was refuted by Bharat, saying no such contact has happened.
Absolutely. We've been discussing this throughout, Anand, ever since this kind of propaganda war from Pakistan has broken out. Khwaja Asif has been, in fact, fronting this propaganda war on behalf of Pakistan. And we've been talking about how he has been indulging in disinformation. And when he's talking about how they've downed a Rafale jet, or whether it is about the NSA's talking, or about Indian armed forces personnel being taken as prisoners, or Pakistan attacking Srinagar, there's a fair amount of disinformation that he's indulged in, and he's spreading fake news on behalf of the Pakistani establishment. And so one has to, in fact, really weigh in on whether or not to believe this defense minister, as we've been talking about how this is really not befitting of a country's defense minister to resort to this kind of jargon. And we've already seen the kind of lies he's been peddling on behalf of the Pakistan big state.
Well, thank you for your inputs, Akanksha. Meanwhile, in an exclusive conversation with CNN, Bharat's ambassador to the United States, Vinay Mohan Kwatra, made Bharat's stance very, very clear. He said that Bharat is not at war with Pakistan, but at war with terrorism, and terrorists are backed by the Pakistan military. Listen in.
The situation, the tensions between these two nuclear-powered countries, India and Pakistan, is escalating. Is that true?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me on the CNN. When you talk of tensions and when you talk of escalation, what I would say is that the original escalation or the original breakout of tension happened on 22nd of April, when you had 4 terrorists backed by Pakistan carried out killings, brutal killings, subhuman, monstrous kind of killings of 26 civilians.
Indian civilians.
25 of them Indian nationals, 1 of them Nepali national. And the brutality of the killings, they essentially kill them in front of their innocent wives, in front of their innocent children. They gave them headshots, and they did so on the basis of religion. So they killed all non-Muslims who were there in the group. They identified their religion, and then they went on to proceed to kill them. So what we did day before yesterday was essentially our response to terror, our response to these subhuman...
when you say what you did yesterday, meaning the escalation in the military response.
As I said, the original escalation was on 22nd of April. And when that happened, we had clearly said that, we are a responsible country. We will have a very measured, calibrated, proportionate, responsible response. And that's what we did day before yesterday. What we did was we took out the terror factories at 9 locations in Pakistan and in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Took them out where they trained them, they equipped them, they armed them, they organized them. Those are the facilities which we took out. We were very careful in excluding the military establishment, the socialist structures, and economic infrastructure. We were very, very cautious, careful in keeping our targets only to those people and their backers who carried out these dastardly killings.
And good early morning to all our viewers here at CNN News 18, and thank you for staying with us in our continuous and rolling coverage of what's transpired post Pahalgam massacre on the 22nd of April. Bharat's calibrated response on decimating the terror infrastructure from where originated the perpetrators of Pahalgam. 9 locations were targeted as part of Operation Sindoor. And what Pakistan has done is respond militarily to a counter-terror strike. That's what it's done. And Pakistan has tried repeatedly to try and attack military installations across 15 cities of Bharat. They failed the first time. Late last evening, that is on the 8th, when they tried yet another attempt, this time quite hot in Jammu and Kashmir towards Punjab and also parts of Gujarat and Rajasthan. Similar installations, that's where they tried to make these attempts, and they were again pushed back. They were foiled by the integrated air defense systems that include the MR-SAMs and the S-400s and Akash. The integrated air defense system has come good again. Not a single target was hurt. Also reports where an F-16 may have been downed by the Indian forces. So Pakistan suffering reversals after reversals, and more importantly, embarrassment heaped on General Asim Munir. Thrice, it's a hat-trick of embarrassments, a hat-trick of reversals. And there will be huge amount of pressure on the Pak military general who's tried to spew venom ahead of the Pahalgam terror attacks, that his position itself becomes untenable as the Pak Army Chief. Let's take you through the developments at 5 a.m. this morning. Amid escalating India-Pak tensions, the PTI leadership now fears for former Prime Minister Imran Khan's life. PTI is afraid that missiles or drones will come to Adiala jail and Imran Khan's life will be harmed under the pretext of war. Pakistan, meanwhile, remains spooked after Bharat strikes terror hotbeds. After Pakistan escalated the attack against Bharat, top sources say that the Indian drones have been spotted hovering over Bahawalpur. The PCB has confirmed moving out remaining fixtures of the Pakistan Super League to the UAE. The last 8 fixtures previously scheduled to take place in Rawalpindi, Multan and Lahore will now be staged in the UAE. Intel sources meanwhile say that the move comes after drone attacks near Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. United States Vice President J.D. Vance has conveyed a message to Pakistan. Vance has very clearly said that the India-Pak tussle is not the business of the United States, but added that de-escalation was the need of the hour. He further added that the United States will not get involved in the middle of a war. Pakistani Rangers have resorted to unprovoked shelling, cross-border firing along the international border in the Samba sector. BSF is retaliating effectively. Indian ambassador to the United States, Vinay Mohan Kwatra, has said that the Indian strikes in Pakistan were only aimed at terror hotbeds, and Pakistani military's retaliation is being seen by India as an act of protecting terrorists, prompting further Indian strikes. We've just got news coming through. Pak Rangers have resorted to unprovoked cross-border firing along the international border in the Samba sector. BSF is retaliating effectively. We are also getting latest visuals from Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch, where Pakistan has violated ceasefire along the line of control. Anshul Singh joining us live from Pathankot. Anshul, good morning. It's been a long night, and our thoughts and prayers with our brave hearts and also the locals, the residents of these regions along the international border and also the line of control. Bharat stands in solidarity with all of them. Where are you right now? You've been on the move right through these areas where there has been shelling or there has been counter mechanisms employed by Bharatiya forces to try and dissuade Pakistan from any kind of military success as they target some military establishments very close to civilian areas in these regions. So right now, are the guns still talking? Or can you hear sounds around you, or is there a little bit of a quiet? What has happened in Poonch? What has happened in Pathankot? What has happened in Samba?
Well, yes, over the last 3 to 4 hours, there was absolute silence that was over here in Pathankot. But over the last half an hour, what I can confirm is that there were loud noises that came in at least 10 times over the last half an hour, and then there were eventually I also saw a projectile in the sky as well. But definitely somewhere or the other, it is seeming like that Pakistan is still not letting go. They are still trying to attack India before the dawn breaks, trying to just make sure that even one of their projectiles that could land in India, so that they could do some face-saving measures. But out here, our forces are absolutely vigilant, not only on the borders but also inside this district of Pathankot. There is heavy security that has been deployed to make sure that there is calm that prevails amongst the people over here, people who have been residing in Pathankot since last night. Initially, when the projectiles were actually left from the side of Pakistan at approximately 8:30 p.m. Last night. Since then, there has been a continuous blackout over here in Pathankot and in adjoining areas such as Jalandhar and Amritsar as well. And till now over here, specifically in Pathankot, the blackout is maintained. It is expected that once the dawn breaks, then the blackout will be taken back, and then eventually electricity would be restored in this entire district. But yes, I'll just try and show you in the visuals over here. The morning the sun is just coming out, the dawn is just breaking, and probably the last attempts that could have been made from the side of the enemy to caught India.
Media is of an explosion that took place in Beirut, in Lebanon, in the year 2020. So this is a 2020 video, and the PIB further appealing to viewers, consumers on social media and also patrons on social media not to fall for propaganda that's being spread by Pakistani influenced handles and Pakistani handles. Anshul, still with us. Anshul, so more fakery that's come through from the Pakistanis, and this needs to be exposed. And more importantly, perhaps some punitive action to be taken by those who are deliberately peddling these lies. In fact, the news doing the rounds is that Pakistan was actively planning to target certain religious establishments in Punjab and try to push that as the work of Bharatiya authorities.
Well, definitely, this is how this rogue nation works. In fact, this was very clearly stated by the Foreign Secretary yesterday in the press conference as well, that this country, since the times of inception, has been based on lies and lies itself, and has been continuously being exposed on international forums for the last 75 years. And that is something that is being continued by Pakistan today as well. In fact, such videos from different parts of the world, videos from Gaza, videos from Israel, Beirut, all of these are being shared on social media platforms from very specific handles, which actually, as I mentioned, which actually project to be from the Indian side of the border, and these videos are then circulated in WhatsApp groups with the target to create some sort of a panic amongst the local people, amongst the citizens of India. But the manner in which all these efforts have been thwarted, both from the side of the Indian government and from the side of the conventional media, definitely all these efforts that have been put in by Pakistan are definitely going in vain at this point in time, because each and every piece of misinformation that they are trying to push through at this point in time, that is actually being fact checked, and then their entire intention is also being exposed both by the government and by the media as well.
Well, is there going to be any other punitive action that is going to be taken? Even there are media platforms, not just social media, but news media platforms that have been caught peddling these and amplifying this kind of fake news. So, is Bharat going to take any legal action against such entities, whether they are local or international?
Well, it is very, very likely at this point in time, because the government has been very clear that, especially at this time when the situation is very sensitive, definitely each and everything that is being shared that could actually have an impact, that should actually be verified before putting this out, and this responsibility should be taken by the media houses. But we have seen that several international media channels have also gone ahead and put out fake news or put out fake narratives on their channels, on their websites, which has eventually resulted in actually creating some sort of a debate out here in the country. But all of this has been fact-checked. The Indian government is still identifying those accounts that are still peddling these fake news on social media platforms. 8,000 accounts were identified yesterday that were asked to be blocked by the Indian government, whereas more accounts with who are operating under the guise of Indian citizens, they are also being identified at this point in time, and we can expect that over the next few hours itself, there could be more action that could be taken against these accounts, and then eventually there could be action that could be taken against media houses who have been peddling fake news to create some sort of a panic in our country.
Well, thank you for your inputs. Now we've got more news coming through. Let's move on quickly here on this morning broadcast. The PTI leadership is afraid that missiles or drones will come to the Adiala jail. The Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf has said it is afraid that Imran Khan's life will be harmed under the pretext of war.
अभी जो हालात है मुख्तलिफ शहरों में ड्रोन जो है आ रहे हैं, मुख्तलिफ शहरों में मिसाइल आ रहे हैं, तो हमें ये डर है कि ऐसा न हो कि इस जंग में या जंग को बहाना बना के कोई ड्रोन या कोई मिसाइल अडियाला आ जाए, और इससे चूंकि इमरान खान रियासत और रियासती इदारों के तहवील में हैं, तो ये हमें ये डर लग रहा है और हमें इस तरह लग रहा है कि ऐसा न हो कि इसी जंग के बहाने पे इमरान खान साहब की जान को तो नुकसान पहुंच जाए.
Well, so the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf now worried about the safety of Imran Khan. Remember, it was under General Asim Munir that Imran Khan was incarcerated, cases were registered, and despite his immense popularity among the Pakistan people, he was dislodged, and the effort to try and totally dismantle the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf and Imran Khan is a popularity. But despite that, he continues to remain one of the most popular leaders currently in Pakistan. And now the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf worried that under the pretext of this war with Bharat, Imran Khan himself may be neutralized. A drone may land or a missile may land at the Adiala jail, and Imran Khan may be claimed or proclaimed dead. Akash Sharma joins us with more. Akash, so PTI not taking Asim Munir's name openly, but they are worried that they may just that the current establishment may just finish Imran Khan off, because General Asim Munir has reasons to blame Imran Khan for the current state of affairs, where he remains perhaps one of the most unpopular and unsuccessful military generals in Pakistan history, if he were to take out the military leadership during 1971. Look at the number of reversals that someone like General Asim Munir has had. He's not been able to control the Baloch. The Pakistan army has been pummeled. What happened with the Jafar Express is national embarrassment and global embarrassment for a military general. He's been unable to control the Afghan situation. The Afghans are absolutely outraged with the way more than 1.5 million Afghan refugees were forcibly pulled out of their homes, especially those who were economically less able. They were the ones singled out by the Pakistan military. The Baloch are upset, the Afghans are upset, the Pashtuns are upset, and Bharat is absolutely upset with what happened with Pahalgam all across. And 3 nights of reversals as a military general. So much shame heaped on Asim Munir in the last 48 to 72 hours. It's never before in a Pakistani military general history, barring 1971. Akash Sharma joins us with more. The PTI now believes, Imran Khan's party, his supporters believe that the Pakistan military may then try to finish off Imran Khan by landing a drone or a missile in Adiala jail.
The fear is of course because of the fact that we have seen strikes from India, in fact the precision strikes from India, but then it is also because of the sort of developments that have happened. There is a fear that army may take some sort of step and then blame it over to India. And Junaid Akbar, who is the president of PTI from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, is somewhere reflecting, in fact, highlighting the concerns within the party for the safety. And we have seen in the past that how, in fact, the senior military leadership, in fact, went to Imran Khan in the jail, that in such a time, he should come with the government and the Pakistani military Anand. But it seems like it hasn't worked, and that's the reason why, the party president from one particular region is coming out with such a concern. Also, as far as the political context is concerned, so we know that how the Pakistani, former Prime Minister was ousted in fact in 2022 and with a no confidence vote, and has faced several legal cases since then. We know that how Pakistan, in fact, the whole system in Pakistan works on the basis of the kind of support you have from the army, and then in case you have that, you can continue with the government, or else you'll face the same consequences as Imran Khan is facing right now. But this is somewhere the concern that Pakistani army can, take some sort of step against Imran Khan and then blame it over to, India because of the kind of, in fact, strikes that we have been seeing, at different places in Pakistan, within Pakistan.
But this is the biggest fear. The Pakistani army, and Asim Munir was the one, Akash, Asim Munir was the one who has incarcerated Imran Khan. The PTI blames Asim Munir for what has happened. Many believe that this was a deal struck between Nawaz Sharif and Asim Munir, and that's how Asim Munir became the army chief. Very clearly, there was a fight, there was a tussle, because Imran Khan's man was Faiz Hamid and not Asim Munir. And Asim Munir and Faiz Hamid were at loggerheads. And clearly, the dislodgement of Faiz Hamid and the shunting off of Faiz Hamid, and of course, the dislodging of Imran Khan was all under the patronage of Asim Munir. So right now, the PTI believes that Asim Munir would try and get some win personally for himself because of the reversals with Bharat. And some drone may land at Adiala jail, finish off Imran Khan, and the blame will be put on Bharat.
Right.
And this is possible. And there's a reason why this is possible, because Pakistanis were devious. There is a huge amount of conversation. We're just waiting for Bharat to officially confirm this, that the attacks and the drones that were negated or neutralized over Amritsar were with this devious plot of attacking a religious institution in Amritsar, a very holy one, and then to try and pin the blame via some agents of the ISI sitting over in Canada and UK and elsewhere in the world, and blame it on Bharat. And that was foiled by our air defense systems. Well, we'll try and go across to Akash in just a bit. Meanwhile, J.D. Vance has sent a message to Pakistan saying that India-Pakistan tussle is not the business of the United States, but added that de-escalation was the need of the hour. He says, and I quote, "We are concerned about any time when nuclear powers collide. We want this thing to de-escalate. We cannot control these countries, though, but we are not going to get involved in the middle of war. That's fundamentally none of our business and has nothing to do with America's ability to control it." Now, how should one read this? Has Donald Trump left it to Prime Minister Narendra Modi to deal with Pakistan and Bangladesh? Or has America left Pakistan high and dry in the past, between 65, 71, and America has oftentimes stood up. Even in 1999, America has often stood up to help Pakistan and support Pakistan and diplomatically, militarily back it and engage with it, all because it had vested interests in Afghanistan. Now that the Americans have pulled out of Afghanistan, is Pakistan's utility for them come to a zero. This is the same leadership under whom Pakistan was openly called out for using billions of dollars of American money towards and redirecting it towards efforts variant from the purpose for which it was given. And is this the same leadership now that is saying the tap is off? You are not going to get anything else from us. There is no support, there is no diplomatic involvement or pressurizing, and there is nothing at stake for us here. You are at your own mercy, but the larger call is that are there a bunch of crazies in Pakistan who may take an effort and try and use this entire nuclear bluster and bluff and somewhere effect it out in desperation? That's the biggest concern that many in the region now have in this failed state that is openly backing terrorists, that is Pakistan. Meanwhile, Bharat's High Commissioner to the United Kingdom in an interview with Sky News showed proof of military backing to terrorists in Pakistan, and he showed a photo which shows Pakistan military standing behind a sanctioned terrorist under the American sanctions regime. He called Hafiz Abdul Rauf. Now, this was something that we have put out very clearly here on CNN News 18 on the right stand, that this person who is leading the prayers is a US proscribed terrorist. But UK Ambassador, India envoy to the United Kingdom, Vikram Doraiswamy, picking up the picture and highlighting this is the man who's a mastermind of and a key operative of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, which is again behind many attacks on Indian soil.
This is a report I'm reading from Reuters based on 2 US officials telling Reuters this. They're saying it's the first time that Western officials have confirmed that there was high confidence that Pakistan had used the Chinese-made J-10 aircraft to launch air-to-air missiles against Indian fighter jets, bringing down at least 2.
This is something that, let's ask Reuters. But my larger sense is that there is no evidence of that. We haven't actually confirmed any such thing. The better point is to ask actually if all of this is true and if Pakistan has essentially succeeded in making its point as it wanted to, why are they not stopping? The question you have to ask yourself, however, is the other one, which is that if Pakistan says it's retaliating, as my colleague, the Pakistan High Commissioner said here yesterday, what are they retaliating about? They're retaliating against attacks on terrorism infrastructure. So what does that tell you of their relationship with the terror groups?
Well, they're saying that they're distancing themselves completely from Pahalgam, and they're saying they had nothing to do with it. They've said that they've asked for an investigation, and India has refused an international investigation that they were happy to cooperate in.
Well, this is a story we've heard multiple times before. In 2016, after the Pathankot attack, which you referred to, we offered them an unprecedented amount of access to an Indian Air Force base, which had been attacked at Pathankot. DNA samples, telephone records, the whole works. It was supposed to be a joint investigation. We never got invited for the second part of it. And frankly, each time, if you go all the way back to 2008 to the Mumbai terror attacks, where a substantial amount of information and material evidence was provided to the world and to Pakistan, who made the same generous offer of cooperation, all they've used it for is to hide their tracks and to take away fundamentally what are assets of their deep state.
High Commissioner, I just have a minute left, but I've spoken to a retired general who in Pakistan who referenced India funding and backing the Baluch Liberation Army. They've said that they have done that for years, and when I asked him about Masood Azhar, he said, well, their family members were targeted. Should we be doing the same to, the high-level militants from the BLA, the Baluch Liberation Army, that are seen and operate within Delhi?
Well, look, let me show you this photograph of yesterday, I believe it is, to your viewers. This person here is a sanctioned terrorist under the American sanctions regime. His name is Hafiz Abdul Rauf. He's the brother of the founder of the terrorist groups that you're mentioning. Look who's behind him, Pakistani military. Look at the coffins there. They have the Pakistani national flag. If you're going to be giving terrorists state funerals, what does that make of your system? And everybody knows that for the last 30 years, Pakistan has used this as a means of subcritical warfare against India. If the international community really wants to be able to look at this and worry about it, the simple solution is to tell Pakistan it has an opportunity for an off-ramp. These are things that the world should have compelled Pakistan to do 30 years ago, and to compel them to implement their promises about taking down this infrastructure. It has not done so.
We can't verify these images ourselves, and this is part of one of the problems, High Commissioner, that both sides, there's a lot of information coming out, but independent journalists, foreign journalists are not being given access. The Pakistanis have said to me, you're free to come to the sites that have been targeted, and we can take you to the line of control as well with the military to show you what's been hit and targeted. And in the same way, the information that we find that we're getting out of, and this image that you've shown was shown at a press conference that the military in Delhi put out as well. But that is part of the problem here as well, isn't it, High Commissioner? I mean, there is an information warfare that's taking place, and independent journalists can't seem to get access to either side.
Well, look, it is a fluid situation out there. I don't know how helpful it would be to have independent journalists or any kind of journalists wandering around in an area where there is active military operations happening. The logical solution would be, as we've said repeatedly, for Pakistan to take the opportunity of an off-ramp, which we have made abundantly clear, including this morning, that if Pakistan stops attacking our military facilities, the matter ends there. But it is for them to decide.
More news, and this is on the non-kinetic front. So there is a kinetic action that's being initiated, and the escalation ladder is being upped by the Pakistani side. Bharat, meanwhile, is also looking at the non-kinetic offensive moves, along with the abeyance, putting Indus Water Treaty in abeyance and the tap-on, tap-off strategy. The other one is to put Pakistan back into the FATF grey list. In fact, this time push for a blacklist. Top government sources have informed that Bharat is seeking the relisting of Pakistan on the FATF grey list, raising concerns that international aid and financial support from multilateral institutions are being misused to fund terror activities. Now, Indian authorities have also presented evidence to the global community linking several major terror attacks, including the Moscow theatre bombing and London Bridge attack, to individuals trained in what are being referred to as Pakistan's schools of terror. Pakistan is the only nation, mind you, even as we bring in Pallavi Ghosh on this, that has a university of jihad. So this is a state that has also accorded terrorists and their families, their kith and kin, proscribed terrorist organizations, their families get the state funeral and also the Pakistani flag, as that was shown by the Ambassador Doraiswamy and as we've highlighted here. Pallavi is with us. Pallavi, so this is the non-kinetic offensive. The FATF meeting is scheduled in June. So is there going to be a concerted push?
Absolutely. The Financial Action Task Force, which was first set up, interestingly, Anand, focused only on money laundering. And that's one reason why Pakistan managed to tick the right boxes. But it's only when this whole concept of terrorism funding got included into the FATF where things were getting hotter and hotter for many countries, and now even more for Pakistan. Look, there have been endless rounds of meetings. The Department of Revenue under the Finance Ministry has verbally conveyed it to the IMF that, the Pakistan needs to be brought back on the grey list because now it ticks all the right boxes as far as terror funding is concerned. In the backdrop of the kind of action that we're seeing in the installations in Pakistan, India is going to push forward this case once again on why it should be on the grey list, and also tell the world that it's not just about India. The money that you're giving to Pakistan is actually being used to fund terror activities which are aiding those terrorist organizations which have been attacking European cities, America as well. So that huge pressure is now going to be mounting on the IMF. India is going to push it. And I think what we saw, the post-Pahalgam developments, Anand, it should make it very, very difficult for Pakistan to kind of escape being put on the grey list.
Was there a verbal communication that was conveyed by the Department of Revenue?
That's right. Department of Revenue is the nodal agency which falls under the Ministry of Finance. And the reason why it is a Department of Revenue is because FATF, as I just pointed out, it was largely to do with money laundering plus terror funding. So that's where the Revenue Department comes in. That verbal communication has gone in last week already. But round the clock, phone calls are being made. All kind of pressure has been put in by our government on the IMF that it's not just you, but it's other the multilateral development banks, for example, the ADB, the World Bank, all of them giving money to Pakistan in the in the name of infrastructural development is actually not going for the people of Pakistan. It's actually going to go in for funding what is called the school of terror, which Pakistan is.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your inputs, Pallavi. So the non-kinetic options also now the offensive continues, and it's going to be unrelenting till the time Pakistan either officially accepts being a state backer of terror and gets hyphenated with the term, the idiom terror state. So terror state Pakistan, or Pakistan withdraws, goes back and says no more terror and no more terror tanzeems on Pakistani soil. Till then, this offensive is going to continue from Bharat. Now, the PCB today, meanwhile, has confirmed that the remaining fixtures of the Pakistan Super League have now been shifted to the UAE. So there's more embarrassment there that a tournament, a sport that they were trying to hold, it's the Pakistan military that's escalated it. And these last fixtures, the 8 fixtures, were scheduled to be conducted in Rawalpindi, Multan and Lahore. Rawalpindi and Lahore have seen some punitive punishment being undertaken because as retaliatory or countermeasures by Bharat, where the air defense system at Walton has been now completely decimated. This is in Lahore. Rawalpindi also felt the impact of and the might of the Bharatiya Armed Forces, and this happened late last evening. So that's the reason why these matches are being shifted out and they will be staged in the UAE. Intel sources further say that action has been taken after a drone attack near Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. The military installations were not so far away from the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium, but the idea is that Bharat has pinpointed, targeted these precision hits that have happened, even with the terror infrastructure. To viewers tuning in at this point, good morning, and let me tell you, when Bahawalpur, the Jaish headquarters spread over about 14 plus acres were targeted, the military establishment is just 5 kilometers away. The Bahawalpur air base is less than 10 kilometers away. So that's how precise the targeting from Bharat has been. Akash Sharma now is back with us. Akash, so cricket, the PSL last 8 matches have been moved out to the UAE.
Yes, Anand, there are concerns, and now these concerns are in fact affecting things in Punjab, and PSL is the in fact initial news that we are getting, that how the matches have been shifted to UAE, and foreign players are somewhere afraid because of the sort of developments that are happening. We know that how India has been striking different location in Pakistan, specifically after the sort of attempt that has happened from Pakistani side. Now there is a fear that this will further escalate, and that's the reason why this decision has been taken by PCB, that is Pakistan Cricket Board. And we are learning that not just this, but there are a number of things that are getting impacted in Pakistan. Pakistan is in fear. They are expecting a strong retaliation, which is already happening since last night. We have been seeing the air activities as well as the ground activities from on ground. We are waiting for an official input as to what is the intensity of the sort of activities that are happening. But definitely this shows that how Pakistan is fearing several attacks from India now, especially when they have tried, failed. In fact, they have failed in, striking.
This is another question, Akash. Along with the foreign players who want to get out of Pakistan at the earliest, the fact is that Bharat was very clear in the statement that was issued on the 8th, in the joint briefing, where they said that the Indian state will only retaliate in equal measure to what Pakistan tries. So the failure of the Pakistan general, the inability of the Pakistan general to be able to de-escalate the situation should be writ large. If PCB is suffering, cricket is suffering, it's because of the Pakistan military and its general, Mullah Munir, as he's been called.
People of Pakistan are in fact, showing their, emotions and the sentiments on social media. They are also not very happy, Anand. They are also not very happy with the sort of decisions that their military is taking. You rightly pointed out, India has, time and again clarified that we don't want further escalation, and that's the reason why our strikes are limited. You tried to attack our air defenses. That's why we have destroyed your, air defenses. Now you have targeted our civilian property as well. Last night you tried Jammu, Pathankot, several other areas in the western sector as well. and now a strong retaliation is there. This is the reason why people of Pakistan are writing on social media. They are not happy with General Munir. And, in fact, there was a buzz on coup. In fact, we have no confirmation on that, of course. But yes, people in Pakistan are visibly unhappy with the sort of developments that are taking place.
Well, Akash, you should check with those within the Ministry of Defence and those who you're in touch with. And we'll also ask former Fauji's when they join us. Has there been any general in Pakistan who's faced such humiliation outside of 1971? In Pakistan military history, is he the most failed, unsuccessful and incapable military general? Is that what General Asim Munir has reduced his stature to? And with that, bringing down a whole nation with him? That's the big question. Akash, thank you for your inputs. Meanwhile, former Pentagon official Michael Rubin has now said that it was Pakistan who started the conflict by backing and harboring terrorism on its soil.
Pakistan started the conflict with its support for terrorism. Indians were the victim of terrorism. While I was initially critical that Prime Minister Modi had taken so long to respond, in hindsight, it's clear that the Indian military was carefully planning, and the Indian military has shown itself to be far more capable. Pakistan is thrashing about, looking for a way to save face. But Asim Munir should understand that the first rule of hole digging is when you're in a hole, stop digging. The fact of the matter now, looking forward, there can only be one metric by which we look at the diplomatic solution to this issue. Pakistan has to be designated by the United States to be a state sponsor of terror.
Namaste, Jai Hind, and thank you for staying with us here at CNN News 18. Top of 6 a.m. this Friday morning. Viewers, we'd like to tell you all is well. Our forces have done a phenomenal job. Keep them in your prayers. Keep our brave hearts in your prayers this morning. And also keep those people who are directly in the line of Pakistan military fire in the regions of Jammu Kashmir, in Haryana, in Punjab, in Rajasthan, in Gujarat, in all these regions, in those districts where the Pakistan military has tried to train its guns, its artillery, sending its drones and missiles. Have them in your prayers, but also a big shout out to our brave hearts, our defense forces, for so ably neutralizing, negating Pakistan's devious plots. The Pakistan military has failed yet again. 3 successful nights for Bharat, 3 nights of failure for General Asim Munir and co. So much shame has been heaped on the Pakistan military, and it's because of the Bharatiya Armed Forces. So a big shout out to them and to all of us, our viewers. All is well. Let's get you the latest at 6 a.m. this Friday morning. Pak Rangers have resorted to unprovoked cross-border firing along the international border in the Samba district. Border security forces retaliating effectively. Pakistan also violated ceasefire at the line of control and Jammu and Kashmir's Poonch. Pakistan is also running a parallel war with Bharat, with trying hard to push fake news, disinformation, and in the latest development, it's claimed that there was a drone attack in Jalandhar and also circulated fake videos on social media. The Press Information Bureau, or PIB, has now fact-checked the same, clarifying that this is an unrelated video of a farm fire. The video has a time of 7:39 p.m. while the drone attacks began much later. PIB has also further fact-checked an old video that is being shared on social media with the claim that Pakistan has launched a missile attack on India in retaliation. PIB has clarified that this video that is being shared is of an explosive attack or an explosion that took place in Beirut in Lebanon in 2020. and further appealed to people not to fall for propaganda that is being spread by Pakistani handles. The United States Vice President J.D. Vance has conveyed a message to Pakistan. Vance has said that India-Pak tussle is not the business of the United States, but added that de-escalation was the need of the hour. He further said that the United States will not get involved in the middle of war. Top government sources, meanwhile, have informed that India is seeking a relisting of Pakistan on the FATF grey list, raising concerns that international aid and financial support from multilateral institutions are being misused to fund terror activities. Indian authorities have presented evidence to the global community linking several major terror attacks, including the Moscow theatre bombing and London Bridge attack, to individuals trained in what are being referred to as Pakistan's schools of terror. PTI Khyber Pakhtunkhwa President Junaid Akbar has made an important statement. PTI leadership is afraid that missiles or drones will come to Adiala jail on the pretext of war. PTI says it is afraid that Imran Khan's life will be harmed under the pretext of war. And fingers are not pointing at Bharat, they are pointing at the Pakistan military and General Asim Munir. Now, CNN News 18's exclusive. Pakistan Defence Minister has threatened India yet again, saying that if not for talks, then it will be for guns. Top intelligence sources have informed that they see this as a sign of desperation. In fact, Pakistan Defence Minister Khwaja Asif appears to be afraid of even protecting or his own political status or capital in his constituency, Sialkot, where he will lose if Pakistan is on the losing side and if war breaks out. Meanwhile, Pak remains spooked after India strikes terror hotbeds. After Pakistan escalated attack against India, top sources say that Indian drones have been spotted hovering over Bahawalpur and considerable damage has been inflicted in other cities and other military establishments over in Pakistan. India is also on the offensive internationally. In a conversation with CNN, India envoy to the United States, Vinay Mohan Kwatra, has said that India's strikes in Pakistan were only aimed at terror hotbeds and terror infrastructure. Meanwhile, the Pakistani military's retaliation is being seen by Bharat as an attempt to protect terrorists, prompting further Indian strikes. Is this the first step towards globally designating or hyphenating Pakistan as a terror state? The PCB today confirms that the remaining fixtures of the Pakistan Super League have been shifted to the UAE, given foreign players who are very, very concerned with the escalation. And the last 8 fixtures, which was previously scheduled in Rawalpindi, Multan and Lahore, will now be staged at the UAE. Now we got more news coming through. We're getting you fresh visuals from Jammu, where loud sounds can be heard. And this is when Pakistan launched drones towards Bharat. These are fresh visuals coming in from Jammu. Ishan Wani is with us. Ishan, as I say, good morning to you. Where are these sounds from and at what time were these heard? This is at daybreak.
Well,
like
these
daybreak.
are sounds that have been heard. Well, what we know is that these are the sounds recorded in Jammu, and the sound looks like either the defense system is still hunting down some drones, or there's artillery shelling that is being done. But the sound is very loud and clear. That the sound that they heard last night is resonating and very evident with this one as well. The people are saying that this is a similar sound that they have heard during the night time. There's a possibility that India's air defense system may be in action, or India's artillery may be shooting down and sending a clear message to the other side. It was dark yesterday when things started unfolding, but now a light has started to return. What we have been given to understand is that the dark out is over in some areas, including Baramulla, which is close to the line of control, where overnight there was a massive shelling that was witnessed. In Jammu, where we saw the first attack taking place from Pakistan, and India responding to it successfully at several locations. Even in Kashmir, in Srinagar, Srinagar, there was a possibility of these drones or projectiles being fired, but the action was done, but there was no projectile which came towards Srinagar. But remember, at Srinagar airport and key defense establishments, we are told that it was all ready, the systems were ready to hit them back if at all they tried to sneak in or carry out any such misadventure on the Indian territory in Srinagar or any other parts of Kashmir Valley. Look, it was scary in Jammu. People were scared of seeing those visuals last night, but India's air defense system has done wonders. Majority of them have been brought down, they have been hunted in the air, and still the defense system is active to ensure the safety and security of people living in Jammu. Though there was a massive ceasefire violation across the border on the line of control. It is under control right now, but several injuries have been inflicted. One lady has died in Uri, and the assessment will be done of the sort of casualties or the sort of damage that has been done, particularly to the buildings, to the houses on the line of control.
Well, Ishan, great job done. Yes, viewers, these sounds can be unnerving, but because a lot of us across 3-4 generations have not seen a possibility of war or these explosions right around us. So it can be unnerving, but kudos to our brave hearts, kudos to our air defense systems. We must be very, very grateful that we now have such air defense systems that can neutralize these threats even before they try and make a landing. All these explosions are those missiles or drones that were sent by the Pakistani military. They are being neutralized in the air itself by our air defense systems. So consider them as perhaps glorified fireworks, because most assets on ground are absolutely safe. Yes, there is cross-border firing. There is also ceasefire violation along the line of control, and that is rendering life difficult for those who are living very close to the border areas or along the line of control. But that is something that we will have to deal with. And I've just got confirmation from very senior authorities within the defense systems that saying कि अगर वो यहाँ पर 4 बम गोले फेंक रहे हैं, 4 घरों पर ये कर रहे हैं, there is a response that is going to the other side which is far greater, and the punishment is far more severe. So every life, every bullet that accounts for an Indian life will be revenged, avenged, and it will be accounted for. That's the promise that's coming from our forces. So let's keep our brave hearts in our prayers. Let's listen to this video and have a look at this video, and you would see there's nothing that's landing. It's all happening in the air because the defense systems are at work. Okay, we've got more news coming through in Amritsar. The DPRO has issued a statement, and it reads, all citizens are requested to stay indoors and away from the windows and keep lights turned off and the window curtains drawn. There is no need to panic. A siren will blow now, and we will pass the message once again once it is clear. Our armed forces are on the job, and we need to support them by staying indoors. There is no need to panic. Now, this message was sent in the wee hours, about 2 or 3 hours ago. Because there was a lot of activity over Amritsar. Anshul is now joining us. Anshul, it's daybreak now. Are the sirens on, or has it now come to normal? Has there been a fresh instruction that's been issued?
Well, the situation is absolutely normal at this point in time, and at approximately somewhere between 4 a.m. to 4:30 a.m. there were a few loud noises that were heard over here in Pathankot as well. But all these loud noises that we heard were probably of the air defense system that was at work, that was still hunting down the projectiles that were being sent from Pakistan, probably in the hope that before morning breaks out, probably they'll be able to land a few of these missiles or fireworks probably somewhere in India so that their face could be saved. But that was yet again thwarted by our air defense systems. Nothing has fallen on the ground. There is absolute peace. There is absolute calm. I'll just try and show you the visuals over here. Temples have also now opened over here. The bhajans are also being sung over here. So definitely life is getting back to normal, especially after what happened over here between 8:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. Last night, where there was a barrage of missiles and drones and projectiles that were sent from the side of Pakistan, but our air defense systems made sure that all of them were thwarted in the air itself. And now this is something that has given a lot of confidence to the people of Pathankot, and along with that to the people of the country, that our armed forces are capable enough to deal with any sort of misadventure that might come from across the border. And they are also capable enough to give a befitting reply to them as well. So we are still expecting the Indian government to finally come out and tell us as to what transpired since 8:30 last night till this morning, what kind of damages have we been able to inflict on Pakistan, and that is something that we are waiting for at this point in time.
Well, Anshul, thank you very much. And I think kudos to our entire team of reporters and those who are working at the back end. Viewers, please keep them in your prayers, and also pray for their well-being, because they've been working tirelessly. There has been no rest at all, and they've been moving from one location to the other to try and bring you authentic, verified, trustworthy news, a platform that you can trust, that we are not going to put conjectures, and we're going to verify, check, recheck, and then put out information for you. And if there is something that is inadvertently, which is which is an error, we have no compunctions in retracting and issuing corrigendums and making the correction. It's a live scenario. Some errors may creep in, but as of now, we have been absolutely spot on with our coverage and with our reportage, and that is something which is worth being very proud of, being a part of this team, and something which we'd urge our viewers to also support as we also pray for our brave hearts. Major General Raja Kochar is with us, defense expert. Captain Alok Bansal, Director, India Foundation, with us. Good morning. Jai Hind, gentlemen. One aspect we can very proudly tell our viewers, those especially who have seen and heard and felt explosions through the night, attempts by the Pakistani military to enter Bharatiya space, that our air defense systems, our armed forces are capable of not just defending but also defeating and decimating any enemy intent. General Kochar.
Yes. First of all, good morning. And we have absolutely no doubt in the caliber and the professionalism of armed forces. And we have seen it since a couple of days now being demonstrated on the ground. Pakistan is getting a befitting reply because, and my compliments to your reporter warriors, I'll call them. They are on the ground zero and sort of giving us all information. Anand, we will experiencing an information void or information vacuum when this war is actually starting now, because there will be certain information which will not be known to us. We'll have to take that into account in our analysis, and whatever information we get from the official channels in terms of a press conference or a briefing, we must put our analysis on that, because there is no point in trying to speak on something which is not happened or has not happened. Now, seeing the situation as of now, this is an act of war, I would say that, and we should be prepared now to go to war with Pakistan. There is absolutely no doubt about that. Now, the question is that the air attacks have started, drones have started, missiles have started. We have responded adequately, and I think in a much more and a far greater measure than Pakistan. I presume, see, I have carried out a staff check of the Pakistan Army, and I presume that considering the state of their economy and the state of their defense ecosystem within the country. Because Pakistan only produces its armaments or armaments, it doesn't actually produce only its ammunition from its ordnance factories. And there is no private enterprise in Pakistan which is going to manufacture or give them ammunition. Whatever replenishments they are going to get, they are going to get from either China or Turkey. And when the war has commenced like this, that will also be difficult because you need things in a very fast time frame. So I visualize that not more than 7 to 10 days is the fighting capacity of the Pakistan army in terms of intense rates. And so we need to capitalize. This is my assessment that we need to capitalize on the situation in the first 3-4 days of this war and target their strategic location in terms of their strategic assets. And we have a strategic forces command with us. We have those kind of missiles. We can go very deep into Pakistan. As a matter of fact, it can cover all parts of Pakistan. So I think the first endeavor will be, and I see it happening already, the targeting of the Karachi port, the targeting of their ammunition infrastructure, like their ammunition dumps, their ammunition depots, their FOL depots. See, Pakistan gets their fuel, oil, and lubricants, everything from outside. And it does not have the storage capacity within its own country to store more than 7 to 10 days of its requirement. And if Pakistan is dreaming of carrying out an offensive into India, it will need sufficient reserves. So I think before this battle enjoins itself, we need to target all its these command and communication centers. And last important sort of aspect is that Pakistan may try, or there may be a US intervention into it, because we are already seeing since yesterday some diplomatic activities taking place between India and the United States, and the United States and Pakistan. So in case there is a pressure on us or whatever kind of this thing, we should be in a position.
Well, the official statement of JD Vance has come in, General Kocher. The official statement of JD Vance is that हम नहीं पढ़ रहे इसमें. आप लोगों की लड़ाई है, आप लोग पढ़ो, हमको नहीं पढ़ना. And the other thing they've told Pakistan is you de-escalate. That's the second message. JD Vance is very clear. America is not getting into it. We are not getting involved, and we are not even coming in the middle. But they've said that 2 nuclear established states hai. We are very clear. आप de-escalate करो. This is the message that's gone to the Pakistanis. Because Bharat's position has been very clear, sir. If we wanted to target their military establishment, Bahawalpur में उसके मरकज सुबहान अल्लाह के 4 किलोमीटर दूर तो इनका एयरबेस है और इनका ये है, 5 किलोमीटर दूर इनका मिलिट्री है, तो वहाँ ठोक सकते थे हम. We have not done it. So Bharat's position is very clear. Whatever you do, we will respond in equal measure and we'll show how it is done. And last 3 nights, that's what the first night was also terror infrastructure. It was a response to Pahalgam. We should not forget that we are not warmongering here. Bharat is only saying you dismantle terror infrastructures and if you cannot do it, we will do it for you. पर ये जिहादियों के जनाजे में ये जनरल पहुंच रहे हैं. They are there. You have seen the pictures, and that's exactly what's being shown to the world. That this general is as much as a jihadi thinks he's a general. That there is no difference. They've blurred the lines. The Pakistan army today has blurred the lines between the terror tanzeems and the military. That's what they have done. And that's the message we are taking to the world. And the world is seeing what is happening. But the other aspect, Captain Alok Bansal, is we've just got more news. We'll go through this and then I'll come back to you, Captain Bansal. Important meeting regarding India's renewed push for Pakistan's FATF grey listing at the IMF meeting to be held at the Finance Ministry at 9:30 a.m. Now, this is again a very important one. This is a non-linear, non-kinetic measure offensive which we've been speaking about here at CNN News 18, and clearly it's come to the cognizance. How do we tighten the purse strings of a nation that is misusing funds and directing funds that are meant for the upliftment of its downtrodden, upliftment of its people, and lift the state out of penury and poverty towards nothing but attacks like Pulwama and Pahalgam, and pushing their military interests. So this is what is going to be raised again. Pallavi joins us with more. Yes, Pallavi. So as early as 9:30 a.m. this morning, this initiative will start getting renewed push and thrust by Bharat.
That's right. So it's basically going to be an assessment and stock taking, because remember when we last spoke, Anand, I was talking about the fact that India has been pushing the case of putting Pakistan on the grey list, and also off any kind of aid coming in from any of the world's multilateral development banks, as they are called. On 20th June, for example, the ADB board meeting is going to take place. So India is going to push for that as well. So what India is doing is, apart from the military attack, economically cripple it from any possibility of any aid from any part of the country. So what we are going to do at the finance ministry, we already know and reported about the verbal communication which has been given, but now they're going to send a renewed communication on the basis of the kind 24 to 48 hours of renewed military action against Pakistan, how it was unprovoked, how India has not escalated, and how even a paise of money, penny which is going to be given to Pakistan, is not going to be used for its own people. There's hard evidence to show, one, there's money laundering, and second, that there is terror financing.
Right. So there is clear upping of the ante the moment the grey listing happens. Captain Bansal, it was in Trump 1.0 that Pakistan went into the FATF grey list. It emerged out of the grey list under the Biden administration. It is Trump 2.0 when General Munir has decided to take panga with Bharat. So again, when they go back, then this 10 days of intense fighting ability that General Kochar was talking about, that gets reduced further. If this grey listing happens, if the IMF bailout doesn't happen, then they will not have the money to fight this war. And the people of Pakistan will be up at arms against the military too, Pak military.
There is no doubt that Pakistan's wherewithal, both economic as well as military wherewithal, is severely limited. Now, if US wants, again, that's if, there is a big if, because J.D. Vance's statement is very clear that India-Pakistan conflict is none of our business. We are not mediating, it is not, we are no way involved. He says de-escalation is required. We have asked them to de-escalate, but it's none of our business. So if US has this hands-off approach, then I'm really not very sure what is going to happen. Because if US wants, IMF will immediately stop disbursing funds to Pakistan, because US has that sort of a control over IMF. FATF is a different ball game because you have China and Turkey as part of it. So it is not very likely that at this moment Pakistan is likely to be put into the grey list. But the fact is, notwithstanding that, there are credible information that Pakistan has exported a huge amount of ammunition to Ukraine and Israel. Now, with that, their ammunition dumps and their ammunition storage of artillery ammunition has probably come down to 4 days. Their oil storage facilities are limited. If we can blockade their ports, Pakistan would literally be on knees as far as petroleum oil lubricants are concerned. Their refineries are processing some crude which is again substandard. In fact, their own oil marketing companies are claiming that the oil being produced is substandard. Indus Waters Treaty being held in abeyance has already played havoc with the agriculture in Pakistan, and probably has had a greater impact than all the drone and missile and aircraft attacks on Pakistan, and will continue to have so. In fact, over 65% of Pakistan's population is directly or indirectly dependent on this Indus Waters for agriculture and other related activities. So you can imagine what all is happening, and at such a